search to rescue the panther tabaxi woman, Sora, your guide through the Emerald Forest, has led you to a massive dome-like thicket of bramblevine, a structure that simultaneously seems like a wild representation of the ferocity of the natural world and somehow yet not natural at all. Pushing inside, you fought blighted tree-like creatures, giant spiders, several undead equine creatures, suspecting those might be the abductors you'd been tracking. And in the cages they tended, you identified many slain creatures. You freed a wild boar, tussled with a mimic, and identified some of Sora's own belongings scattered in a cage. You followed drag marks from that cage to an ancient stone gate of some kind in another section of the forest, and were assaulted by an antlered avian creature that lurked there. Fending it off for now, you prodded at the gate's magic a bit, learning and identifying that there was a missing chunk of stone that you may need to track down for it to fully function. After a short rest, of course. And that is where we pick back up as Telperion and Jiri, I believe, were scouting your surroundings, and Roulette and Tobirama are taking a moment to sit and nurse their wounds or otherwise on Turdas, the 12th of Frostfall.
We haven't... Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
We haven't completed a short rest yet, but we are in the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that I just rolled high on a survival check, and I had gotten a whiff that the trails went this way on the map.
That is true. And what you noticed actually was not that it was the same type of trail you guys had been tracking, but more humanoid-like footprints, although they were slightly elongated and clawed at the toe tips. But definitely seemed to be leading away from this kind of gate that you guys had been leading away from and toward, back and forth from this gate that you guys had been prodding at.
All right, so once
anything
we
you
finish
guys
the rest, we'll go this way, right, everyone?
All right, everyone give me a...
Okay.
No,
everyone give me a perception check during the course of your short rest.
Did you say all of us?
Yeah.
16.
16, 13, 9, and Toby? Probably pretty good. Average of above 10. You guys definitely get an eerie sense over the course of your short rest. The antlered avian bird that kind of flew off has disappeared into the canopy somewhere, and you haven't heard signs of its whereabouts, but just like the creaking of wood, the screeching of little birds or insects throughout the forest, like the whole forest is alive around you, and it's kind of off-putting. You don't feel particularly safe, but as you hear like the snap of twigs settling in certain spots, maybe you guys hold your breath or are quiet enough that nothing assaults you guys over the next 30 or 45 minutes completing your short rest. So you all do complete your short rest.
Roulette, if you don't mind me asking, what do you, how well do you recuperate over a short rest? What comes back to you?
Just my constitution. I'm feeling a bit stronger. I was feeling like half myself there for a bit, but now, wait a second. Oh, sorry. Just my health.
And Toby, you get some of your magical capabilities back?
I can do oh Jesus, sorry. She does. Hold on, 2d8 plus 6. Sorry, I'm trying to do the short rest thing.
Okay.
Sorry.
Great. I'm using a psionic surge to gain back one of my psionic energy die.
Okay.
I have 2 left.
Oh, here it is. Toby, 2 things. One, I could do that one more time. I'd be a little bit hesitant to activate that enchantment one, but if we're certain that we need to get in there at some point, I could definitely do that one more time today. I got one more of those heroism patches packed. Question, Toby, the goodness I'm feeling from that thing you cast earlier.
Yes, which you can heal back up to because it's increasing your max.
Perfect. Are those both?
Yeah. After a short rest, it is going to fade.
It is not.
Okay. Anyway, so Toby, I can do that one more time if we're certain that Sora is in there and we need to get in there. But just once. Right.
Well, let's follow these footprints and make sure Roulette doesn't need to use any other capabilities. Keep that preserved.
So, Pierre, if you want to lead the way.
Sure.
All right. As you guys kind of head away from the gate area, kind of pursuing the tracks that Telperion identified, Toby Rama, you used your Harness Divine Power, which recharge over the short rest, and you're now gathering another spell slot. Is that correct? Yeah. You do indeed finish the short rest successfully. And is that a first level spell you are able to recover? Okay. And then Telperion, use Psionic Surge. You've got those. Jiri, you recovered. Roulette, you recovered. And everyone recovered health that they needed to.
Technically, now that I think yes, correct.
Roulette, just as a bit of housekeeping, do you typically, I don't know if you even was damaged, but do you typically mend Alfie over the course of those short rests as well?
I mean, I'd like tend to him. Yeah, he's at full health.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would be like poking and prodding with him.
Yeah. I imagine it's like if he's alive, you're gonna heal him fully because it's just cantrip over cantrip. So
yes, yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys start to head there. Yeah. What's up, Jiri?
Well, Jiri's gonna hop over to Roulette and be like, Roulette, I'm quite enchanting myself, so worst case scenarios, I can always talk to the lock and enchant it myself.
I mean, I did teach you one, transmutation-based magic. Yeah, you're pretty enchanting. I'm sure you could figure something out.
Worst case scenario, just in case. So don't feel like you need to be the only one.
We'll see what happens when we follow whatever these trails are.
Sounds good.
Very well. Telperion, as you are leading the charge, go ahead and make an investigation check as you are moving.
12.
DC is 12. Oh my God. I'm going to move you for a second. As you continue forward and you step here,
oh my God,
you identify yet another pitfall trap very close to have stepped forward. And then right before you planted your foot, you saw the loose strand of string that had been set up.
Really? I almost was just about to ask for your help looking for these too.
DC was literally 12. That was excellent. Perfect. Okay, so you identify that one. You guys are free to keep moving.
Where are the tracks going from here?
Great question. I will draw a shape.
Was that map stuff part of the track, the thing?
The map stuff?
So there's like an orange.
It looks like a blood trail.
Oh, yes. I think that does kind of align with where I was going with it, but it goes here. Is that drawing darkness? Oh, it's drawing it with the
shadow
here. Well, it's trying to use a fill, which I did not intend. Loosely like that, it goes. And you, with your previous check and wondering why the tracks turned so suddenly, you guys are able to identify that Toby Rama may have just stepped into yet another pitfall trap. But with Telperion leading the way, you don't really fall into that. You guys are able to follow the footsteps and the trail around it.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just hugging the sides, knowing that those are there.
Stay
Yep.
by the trees.
And the
We have to-
tracks continue that way, off screen.
We go.
As you guys proceed into this extra portion of the cavern, you guys should all see yourselves at the top of the map. Hopefully the dynamic darkness is working successfully. And
Wait, has it switched yet? It hasn't switched on ours.
oh, you're right. I switched, but I didn't switch you guys. There we go.
Move that little red flag.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Everyone
Is
give me a
this full black,
perception
though?
check.
Oh, never mind. Perception check. 18.
13, 11, 13. Toby, your passive would have caught this anyway. All of you are noticing this kind of automatically as you push past another section of trees following these footprints. The scent in the air kind of retains its potent stench of rot, but it's accompanied by another distinct smell that kind of changes a bit. Roulette, there's almost a moment where you worry the scent is familiar, like burning ozone in the air, but it is in fact different after lingering for a moment. The scent starts to vary from moment to moment, sometimes smelling almost sweet and savory and immediately turning bitter and foul and putrid, like a mixture of spoiling vegetables and bile, but sometimes the hint of like burning charcoal or campfire or something. But the scent is definitely different and you're not sure what the source is coming from, but you guys are welcome to proceed.
Period. You see those drag marks somewhere over here still?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead and make another, this time make a survival check to see if you can keep an eye on the tracks.
Oof. Hard 5.
Okay, unfortunately, proceeding further into this portion of the forest, the terrain actually does get a little less damp, moist ground, and therefore less susceptible to footprints sinking into the earth, and it gets a little rockier. There's still like a layer of grassy and moss growth under your feet, but definitely harder, rockier terrain under your feet at this point, and you do unfortunately lose the tracks.
Whoever's up there, keep an eye out for those pit trap things still.
Is the environment shifting much?
Is the environment what much?
You said it's rockier here?
It seems rockier, and the terrain seems to kind of like, it'll proceed out 20 feet and then drop 10 feet, and then proceed out 10 feet and drop 10 feet. And there's like little rocky crags in this area that just indicate just a different type of terrain buried in this bramblevine thicket.
I got a sliver in one hand, a shield in the other.
Do me a favor and give me a general marching order, unless the view on the screen is pretty accurate for what you guys want to be doing, and give me a direction you guys are traveling in.
I was about to ask that question, which way we wanted to go. Any preference on a left or a right up here? Odds left, even right. Odds, we're going left. So
Who's left?
that way.
Yeah, so we go right on the map.
Right on the map.
Okay. Who's leading the charge here?
I guess I will because I'm over there.
Okay.
I'll go near you, so I can.
Alfie and I will lead.
I'm in close
Okay.
second.
And you said right on the map, yes?
Correct. Yeah, my left.
Yep.
Is where we're walking.
Perfect. You guys are welcome to head that direction. As you guys get to, you keep proceeding a little bit further, kind of stepping up on rocky terrain and then stepping a few steps down. Definitely kind of volatile, hilly, grassy terrain in here, but still kind of firmer underneath your feet. And looking out this way, you can definitely see, better view of treetops and stuff, as there seems to be some kind of crag.
Down.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
By the time you get to roughly here, Roulette, go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Investigation.
And Telperion, give me perception.
Okay.
12 Z's.
With a 12, yet again.
Ooh, 20.
With a 20, Telperion, you see that seemingly there's a lot less. I'm going to draw this and then immediately delete it because it's just going to look obnoxious. But you do recognize that here on the map, there are still trees being shown, but in this general vicinity that I'm drawing, you see that there's very clearly less tree cover. And as you proceed, the ground starts to definitely feel rockier and rockier compared to the soft earth from the previous bit of forest. And there's strange grooves and ledges throughout the rocky space that kind of occlude your vision at some points. And you specifically do hear sounds of like roughly off in this direction.
Well, I hear something, which likely means that's where we need to go. But be on the lookout for odd creatures. I don't. Is it identifiable as language, or is it more animalistic?
Definitely animalistic. Although, make a history check or nature check rather.
Another 5. No, wait. I'm sorry. 5 plus 2, 7.
Yeah, hard to identify what these creatures may be, but they definitely sound numerous.
Sounds like there's a lot of them. Which does it? I don't know that this is what would have dragged Sora here, but
those things sound small too.
Worth investigating, however.
Maybe they know where she is.
I don't know if they're intelligent, but does someone want to stealth up a tiny bit instead of me?
Oh, you want me to send? Why? My screen looks so different from yours. That's so
Keep
weird.
moving. It's like dramatically different, depending on where you're standing.
No, like my whole bottom left screen, I can't see. That's so weird.
Move left. I'm telling you. Stand where I am. Keep going. There.
Oh.
Yeah, I also can't speak to how the dynamic lighting is necessarily built into this.
There's like harder line, like there's more spots where more things are occluded, and like you'll step in one spot, and then all of a sudden there's a lot more visibility.
It's a weird
Yeah,
thing.
gotcha.
Yeah. You want me to send Moby 3 over?
Smart.
Hyperion, come here. And I will put my hand on her shoulder, goggles down, earmuffs on, then I will toss Moby 3 up, and I'll do the same thing like 50 feet in the air straight up, and then start going direct as the Moby flies directly over the sound. Okay.
Perfect. As you do that, make both a stealth and a perception check for Moby 3.
Perception is wisdom, right? Yeah. This is the stealth. Am I right? Because it's +2. I can memorize these. Yeah, +2. Yikes. Yeah. 2d20 +1. And the perception is at advantage, right?
This does not include. Oh, is it for hearing?
It's for
then yes.
Things based on hearing, yeah.
I was gonna say if it was smell, we should have a Moby 3 smell conversation.
They can't
but
smell.
For hearing, for hearing, absolutely you get advantage.
Oh.
7.
Is it 7 total? Got it.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, how do I do this? Because you're going to be able to see them, frankly, if you get close enough. You know what's going to happen is with a poor perception and stealth roll, Moby 3 is hovering with his fluttering wings through the terrain, trying to get closer. He can clearly identify the sound and where it's coming from. But as he hovers further, he kind of swoops under a branch and gets stuck in tree cover. So now he's currently like lodged, we'll say, inside this tree. So unfortunately, his vision, and he can still hear the auditory of whatever is kind of over here that Telperion kind of led you guys in the direction of. But his vision is occluded. His dark sight is not quite pervasive enough to reach, and he is stuck for now.
Goggles off, earmuffs off. He's stuck. I'm gonna keep him up in the tree for now because whatever's down below might break him. But Moby 3's currently stuck. I gotta fetch him later.
Wonderful. Back way.
Yeah, Telperion and Toby Rama, as you guys get that close, I'm gonna have you guys make a stealth check. You guys are definitely hearing the chatter of multiple little creatures up ahead of you, and I want to see if your footsteps are being quiet or not.
Oh, 6. Disadvantage is terrible.
6 and 7. So as you guys are proceeding forward, trying to get maybe letting curiosity
5.
get the better of you. Yeah, you guys definitely hear suddenly all the noise stops and then increases again. And as someone roll me 2d6.
I have 2d6 lined them up.
I think Toby beat you to it though. With 2d6, 1, 2, 3,
Less
4,
than
5,
average.
6.
I am confused about something though, because I thought we were going I thought where I am right now was outside of that circle you had drawn. I thought the circle was up here.
No,
Did you?
I mean, it was.
circle?
Yeah, I deleted the circle immediately, but it was just like you were hearing, you're in the circle of the general, like there's less tree cover here, and you're noticing the ground underneath you is just dramatically rockier. And so possibly trees are having a harder time growing out of a rocky terrain like this. But as you are proceeding forward, you are getting very close to the source of the noise. And as I move those to the token layer, I don't think I did that correctly. Token layer.
Oh, Jesus.
You see hopping up from some rocky ledges in the crag face out ahead of you that drops significantly into a lower portion of forest. You see a couple creatures inch up toward you and clearly identify and move up into your roughly you guys' area. These creatures seem bony and angry and malnourished, but also strangely chicken-like. And this is what they look like.
Ooh.
Oh.
They seem borderline undead, but because there's like flesh like dripping and flapping off them, but they seem like they have life to them. They seem natural creatures, just like foul creatures. And as they move up toward you guys, is there anything you want to do? Okay. Make a animal handling check for me. That's really good. As they all get, like, they are all like velociraptor style, like they're small creatures.
How tall are they?
Yeah, great question. They're like 2.5 feet tall, so they're noticeably smaller than you guys. Still considered they're probably considered a small creature. I just don't have their stat block pulled up in front of me directly. But they are definitely like velociraptor style, like moving slowly up to you. Some of them are like hissing and making strange, possibly aggressive noises. But as you reach into your pack and pull out something, are you tossing it into that purple square that you've marked? Okay. As you do that, 2 of them jump on almost onto each other to attack the ration. They start ripping apart this little piece of jerky you threw, and seemingly they are not aggressing in this particular moment. Although a series of seconds goes by, yeah, you can let me know if there's something you're doing immediately, Telperion, but they are just, two of them are gnashing at this ration, and the other ones kind of are getting closer up behind them. Some of them trying to get into the ration, some of them just like eyeing the rest of you.
A Kaera ration over here.
Okay. Great. I'm going to duplicate that if I can. It does not look like it wants to let me. Here we, oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, as you Kaer another ration out, I'll give you an animal handling check with advantage because they're already having been offered food as well.
Okay. 13 plus 0.
13.
That is good enough. As you do that, the ones in the back that had not had food are kind of immediately leaping to that one, and these other ones are, so right now it's kind of 3 different of these creatures latching onto each ration. They're kind of fighting over for it, but it's also really clearly distracting them in this moment, and they are eating it slowly over the course of this duration. Are you guys backing up and moving away? Okay.
Blast them all.
You are more than welcome to blast them all.
Well, I asked the group that before.
Let's save our resources.
Let's leave him for a second.
We got an Elvish ruin to break into.
Oh, but they'd be fun to blast. Okay.
While they're feeding the compies, can I put my goggles back on and just like maneuver Moby 3 out of the tree back down to me?
Wherever it is,
Yes.
I'll follow you and I'll help you with Kair on dislodge it.
Okay, yeah, Telperion, if you get around like here-ish, you can get line of sight on Moby 3 and Roulette. Go ahead and with Telperion's help, just out of curiosity, give me an acrobatics check with advantage for Moby 3. So not great. It makes noise when a twig breaks off from the tree, and you hear kind of reactive noises from the creatures. And then they kind of calm for a moment and go back to fighting over whatever rations they're currently eating.
I feel like Moby 3 does need some repairs after this, so I'm just going to put him on my hip and say that I need to mend him before doing anything.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. No damage per se, but sure.
He's got 1 hit point, so.
But you guys are definitely able to move away stealthily or non-stealthily, but these creatures do seem distracted by your offering of food. Well done. Toby Rama, as you step in that specific spot, let me pull up this.
7 dragon's claws.
You know, your natural perception is maybe being overtaken by the sounds of these cawing creatures in the background, but give me an active perception check as you're like kind of keeping an eye out for the rest of your surroundings in this space. Very, very, very good perception check. So over the sound, as you guys are proceeding further in this direction, and the kind of cawing, eating sounds of these creatures are kind of fading into the background, you notice a different sound. It sounds like intelligent mumbling, but it's like a strange voice sound coming from over the cliff and far below. As you kind of edge closer, I'm going to put you here, you can now identify that cliff face, this crag, goes down about 100 feet or so. It's a very sheer drop into that. And you're hearing a noise kind of echoing out from under you as if you're standing on top of like a cavern entrance. And you are hearing definitely like coherent mumblings of some kind of creature down there that seem to be in a language that you've heard spoken before. Not one that you understand, but several of your friends have spoken this language before.
Oh God, no.
Okay. Oh, I know Elvish. Telperion taught me. Let me listen.
Sure. With Toby Rama
Okay,
kind of
listen too.
lending his direction and guidance to where he's heard this, Jiri, go ahead and make me a perception check with advantage. Okay, that's fine. Wow. Plus a d4.
Hey.
Which Toby or Jiri can roll. I don't know who wants to roll that.
Oh, Toby, you got it. Hey.
20's really good. You hear in Elvish, I'm not going to do Elvish because I cannot physically do that, but you hear being spoken in Elvish. Did you hear that, friend? It seems like something has disturbed the cockatrices up above. Maybe some creature that stumbled into their den? But there didn't sound like signs of struggle. Maybe new beasties are coming. This should be interesting.
Oh God.
It sounds like there's a trap down there. I guess those chickens were part of this trap that somebody set down there for us. So maybe we just walk down there and spring that trap. You know what I mean?
Give me an survival check specifically. Yeah, you can climb down this. There's like ledges and stuff. It looks climbable.
Is there like a ledge here that is keeping us from seeing, or is it?
Possibly. Yeah, it's probably the dynamic lighting is probably making it difficult. I might be able to reveal
because it's just black to us from where I'm standing. Oh, now I can see differently because I moved to where I am.
Yeah, I moved to like just see. It looks like it's just like down farther.
Yep. Let me see if this can give. I'm gonna try and reveal this polygon. Did that give some additional aid to anyone?
Where I'm standing, I can see, so it's kind of fine.
Okay. But yeah, it's just another portion of forest. But again, it's like 100 feet below you. This is a fairly dramatic vertical cliff face. And definitely you are seeing like the increased darkness of this space directly under you, that you are literally standing on the top ledge of like a cavern entrance.
So we should be going to the side. Guys, why don't we go off to the side, because it looks like a pretty sheer drop down right here, and I think it'd be a bit more climbable over to the side.
Yeah. I mean, we've survived worse, so.
We could let's get some ropes going. How far did you say it was down? Like 100 feet?
100 feet or so.
Well, let's and I'm actively pushing both Jiri and Toby. Let's just head this way. Jiri, I like your idea. I'm all for springing a trap. We should head down to off to the side, see if we can make a easier way down. And I'm just gonna start leading over to this side.
I'm gonna go the opposite direction to see if this slopes down, since I know Roulette's looking for a way down. So
yeah, make a survival check in that spot, Hyperion.
Roulette, I can be bait. I'll pretend like I'm lost in the woods.
A 10.
You definitely feel like in the literal spot you are standing right now feels like the highest part of this cavern overhang. So it does seem to slope down both on this side and the terrain going back down on that side. So it does seem to slope down in both directions.
Well, then I don't want to pass the cockatrices, so I'm going back to Roulette.
Okay. Roulette, are you affixing ropes together? What did you state you were doing?
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually use stuff that's in my pack. I'm going to I'm assuming there's a tree somewhere near the top of this, like one of those up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to. Oh, but you said it's like 100 feet down, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you one of my ropes.
I'm going to tie one rope off on the top. I guess I don't need to. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to tie one rope off on the top. I'm going to use that to belay myself down 50 feet. And then I'm going to use one or two pythons that I have in my explorer's bag to secure the next rope somewhere around the 50-ish foot spot to make the second rope down.
Okay. The first one, the top length of 50-foot rope, you're able to do that fairly automatically with a little bit of effort. You tie it around the base of the tree, but the one when you are essentially, if you are hoping to let yourself down and then affix a python while you're kind of hanging / climbing, I do want an acrobatics check from you while you're there. With your climbing ability, I'll give you advantage on this, actually.
Appreciated. 15.
Easy enough. Yeah, you're securing yourself to the wall and kind of able to maneuver while one hand's affixed to the rope hanging on or ledges surrounding. You're able to hammer in another python. You notice that it's not a quiet process, but you are definitely able to do that.
Alfie, do me a favor. You stay up here and hide in the bushes. If you see anything, start hitting yourself real loud. My screen is like fully black where my character is, so just let me know when I'm in a spot.
Okay, yeah. Where you are, move yourself 1-2 spots down.
Can you just move me? Because I...
Yeah, you bet. Yep, yeah. You bet.
Okay, here we go.
Is it opening up for you? It looked like your vision just adjusted.
As soon as I got like off the rock face, it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Toby? It looks like Telperion and Jiri are making their way down. Are you guys making your way down on the rope?
Yeah, I'll use the rope, but I'm gonna go last. That's the heaviest.
Okay. You're going last. Yeah, who's going second?
Then. I'll go second.
Jiri's going second. With the rope having being affixed, no checks required to climb this. It's essentially going to give you an advantage and lower the DC to nothing. So you guys are able to scale this down. And then Toby third, and then Telperion last. Is Alfie staying at the top for now?
Yeah, I don't know that I've taught Alfie how to rappel down a rope on a cliff face.
I would say rappelling is difficult. He may be able to climb, but grasping a rope might be difficult for his capabilities.
Yeah, I'm going to keep him up at the top and just keep him with the previous instructions of hide in a bush as well as you can. And if something happens, start clanging real loud.
Okay, give me a general stealth check for Alfie.
Here it is. Saving no skills. Nope, it's just +1.
It's really good. Holy shit. Okay, he kind of hunches in. He kind of like just rolls himself into a patch of brush at the base of a tree, borderline not visible. So he's somewhat securely hidden. As you guys all get to the bottom of this rope that you were dangling, everyone give me a perception check.
$17.
All of you guys hear this. Toby Rama, you don't understand it. But I'm going to shift us now over to another map.
Oh, God.
Which I don't know that I placed you guys on. Yes, I did place you guys
right,
on. But
the left-hand side, yeah.
Yes, but you guys are actually closer to over here from where you guys. Alfie is up at the top.
No. Just delete
Alfie is securely up at the top, but as you guys get to the bottom of this cliff face, you do hear once again the same voice echoing from somewhere back in this cavern. And it seems to say, oh, yes, the beasties are bringing themselves directly to me. They don't seem as beautiful as the half-breeds, but they're interesting, don't you think? The mistress will be quite pleased. Perhaps we'll gift their clothing to her. and feed them to her pet.
That's, not sure if y'all caught that, but there's at least 3 things there. So, Jiri, I do want to spring this trap, but I think we should try to do so stealthily.
Yeah, I got a good idea. I'll go in.
That's a great question. Give me 1 second.
What if we lure it out with a lie? I can't really think of a good one, but
you guys do notice. Let me see here. Okay, let me give you a little environmental interaction here. As you guys, I'm going to move you forward slightly without anything in your surroundings changing necessarily. I'm going to move you there. And as you journey forward, you are noticing broken bones that are kind of strewn across the path in the turf as you approach this kind of cavern entrance, and wooden spikes similar to the ones outside the entire thicket's entrance are jammed into the earth on each side of this cavern entrance with roughly 50 feet apart or so, with lizard folk skulls mounted to the pikes.
It's them.
Where's the
You
cavern
do notice
entrance?
just kind of right ahead of you. It's like loosely. Shit, I did not mean to draw that. I meant to do freehand. It's like roughly here.
Cool.
Like you're just about to pass into the underhang of it. Although I do want to delete those obnoxious lines. And you do notice ahead that the interior of the cavern is somewhat lit. There's seems to be like magical green motes of flame just drifting and bobbing in the air ahead, levitating in multiple locations through the environment, putting it not in pitch darkness. And as you look in, you can see something moving off in the far distance. It's roughly outside your ability to get clear visual on it, but you guys are welcome to proceed or otherwise.
What if we tell it that we're here to present ourselves to its mistress or something? We should lure it out to us.
Yeah. Or could go tell it a story and you guys could sneak in and stab her while I'm distracting her or him with a story.
I'd like to know what the nature of this thing is first, before we wander into its lair.
Okay, we could just shout and say, "Come on out. We want to talk to you."
It would be great if we could create an illusion or something to draw it out, but I don't know what would. I'm pretty sharp, poke at the moment. I don't think poison or blade are gonna help right now. Any trick ideas?
I mean, this thing does seem like it's I don't know. It's talking loud enough for us to hear. It sounds pretty confident and
insane. Can you enchant a rock so it thinks with a sound?
I certainly can. I can do that 3 times.
We want to draw it out, not make it run and give a warning to its mistress if there's one in there.
I don't think so.
What do you think its mistress sounds like? I could
Whatever
pretend
it is,
to be
it
the
loves
mistress.
it loves destroying lizard folk, so that's all we know about it so far. It said that the half-breeds are more beautiful than we.
Oh.
It was probably talking about
The centaurs?
the beast folk, like Sora or something. I don't know. Do you want me to just like throw some sort of noise-making rock in there to see if it triggers any traps?
Why don't
Ooh,
we
give the rock to me. I can throw it farther.
Oh, that is true.
Okay, this is not my usual tactic, but what if we do let Jerry try to tell it a story or something? Like we really want to draw it towards us and we don't want to be threatening. So I don't think frightening it's the best idea, because if we frighten it, I think it will just run in to the cave and hide and surprise us later.
As you guys are keeping your voices low and discussing, Toby Rama, your passive perception catches the sound of a twig snap off in this direction.
Bottom right.
Yeah.
Let's pull back. Everyone back in the brush.
If you're hoping to hide, everyone give me a new stealth check. You have, in fact, noticed that the speaking, the language from inside has come to a stop.
Mine was a 15. I
Okay.
did not need to click it the second time.
Okay, yep. 15, 20, damn.
Rolling in Spanish brutalizes me.
I mean, Jerry did it.
Listen,
Yeah.
yeah.
Overall, with you guys all rolled fairly high as a group, you think Telpian, you step on a twig, but you guys feel like you guys were pretty quiet in your retreat into the brush.
Toby, did you see something? Did you hear something? Do we see anything still approaching, or
Make a perception check.
I have my eyes peeking out of the bush trying to do the same.
Okay, you can make one as well.
see anything?
I can only see leaves.
Oh,
Okay. You go ahead and double click on yourself and give yourself an aura of, I think, 10-foot radius. Okay, perfect. Yep, that's helpful. Okay, give me a perception check. Toby Rama, as you light your candle of anti-light and just billowing out from this black flame is a sphere of darkness around you that you are able to see into. You see something in front of you at the same time Telperion sees it off to the side. The familiar form
oh God.
of Sora is limping and stepping through the trees over here. And then as soon as that blackness kind of erupts from your space, she jumps back for a moment, grabs her hip, is hobbling and kind of skirts away from that, but is making her way loosely toward your group. Friends, what are you doing here? Get out.
I hate this.
Come here.
I'm
I
gonna
want
go
to beckon her towards the bushes.
I'm keeping an
Okay.
eye on the cavern.
Okay. Jiri, as you beckon her toward you, her limping form, no armor, cuts all over her, clearly in bad shape. She comes up to you and says, "My friend, where have you been?" And then
We've been looking for you.
And then she smiles.
I hate this.
And her smile like goes farther past where her face should constrain it. And in a moment of surprise, she reaches her claws and they mutate and shift into long, gnarly green claws. And she jams them up toward you, Jiri.
Is it too late to tell you a story?
We have your armor.
Does a 19 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. As the form of, I'm gonna change the color, the thing here. All right. As the form of Sora mutates over the course of the next few seconds and gives way to.
He's on the other side of the tree to your right.
To another form, now with her claws embedded in your torso.
Ow.
You see the form of a gnarly green hag that is just like disgusting. Like her hair is like rotting and full of leaves and vines. She seems to have like become one with the forest in a way. Like so many of her elements are just so natural, but like a defilement of nature. And as she stands next to you right now in this moment and rolls to hit you, well, she got a 19. She rolls a 20 damage, max damage on this hit, as her gnarly long claws just rake into your form. Let's see. Oh, this blue one. His skin would make a fine cloak. Yes, I can make this work. The mistress will be pleased. And I would like
my
you
skin
all
is
to
too tight.
roll
It would suck.
initiative.
Oh my god.
The skin is tight. Woo! Love a good initiative. Look at this little punch bug.
All right. What do we have here?
Good meat.
6 for Toby, you say? Add turn 6. Enter. Jerry's pretty quick to react. Okay.
I like when it works out like
Stab.
that. Like Jerry would naturally be the first one to get to do something.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. This hag now has her claws in your chest and just pulls them out, dripping with your own blood, and just tears in your tabby in front of you as well. Dealing some significant damage to you, but it is your turn, Jerry.
All right, Jerry's just gonna immediately pull his ripcord and puff up,
Okay. Perfect. You are able to do so.
and he'll say, I bet you can't hit me again now that I'm puffy. And he's gonna let the Mad Wolf come forward a little bit, and his eyes are gonna glow a little bit red, and the Mad Wolf's gonna howl at her
Okay.
and curse her.
Have you used this / do you regain this on a short rest?
Yes.
You do get it back on short rest. Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. You let the Mad Wolf take over. Your kind of visual adjustments happen, and you mark this person as the target of your fury.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that it for Jiri?
Yep.
All right. Telperion.
Where is this person? Is this person on the map right now?
Yeah, she's directly in front of you. She's on the token layer.
No, just move your thing down and you'll see it. She's right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm confused. There's no dynamic darkness on her, and she's on the token layer. Well, shit.
Is she right here?
Yes.
Oh, she is on the center of that dynamic thing.
We can't see that.
But it's
That's
fine. Like,
weird.
am I literally right next to her right now?
Let me do this.
Can you just
The
move
answer
her one
is
space?
yes, but yep, that's what I was going to do. Everyone removing one space.
North.
Yep.
Oh.
Can you see her now?
Oh yeah, she blends in with the tree a little bit. She's right
Yeah,
there.
she totally blends in with the tree.
I got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop my sliver and draw my longsword and swing at her with one arm.
Okay. Advantage per flanking.
Love to hear it. I rolled 2 4s.
Solid. As she has her claw in Jiri and retracts it, and you puff up your armor, Telperion, she heard you step behind, and as you swing your longsword, she turns around and catches it midair. You see a trickle of blood from her palm, but she just grins at you with gnarly fucking teeth, so jagged and chipped.
What is Jiri holding right now?
Here?
Are you like? Does it look like
nothing.
you're about to try to punch her?
If last time you saw Jerry, he was using his sword as well.
Okay.
So
Cool. I'm going to this is a weird move, but I want to offer Toby some cover, a little bit more space. So I'm gonna turn back and push Toby away from me to get him away from this hag.
Okay.
And Toby, you can automatically feel that.
Toby. It kind of depends on you see Telperion turn around and like reach out to you with a gesture. Are you gonna let him push you back, or are you gonna resist? Okay. So you can move back 5 feet.
All right.
Yeah, it'd be directly away from Telperion, but yeah.
And I'll say to this hag, I'll say, "Is your mistress uglier than you are?" And that's all.
She will respond, "No, she is beautiful. You'll see."
Where is she? And that's my turn.
A story for later, perhaps. She takes her long, sharp claws, just kind of gives you one of these, and her form fades. She becomes invisible. Damn it. And immediately you can hear her step away and run further into the forest away, or into the cavern behind her. Yeah, Jiri and Telperion, you can absolutely both make attacks. They are both at disadvantage. No, it does not. Her movement spurns the flanking, or her movement to a new space triggers the flanking, so she's in that new space. Roulette, you also, yes, do get attack of opportunity as she rushes off loosely in this direction into her lair, cavern.
This time I rolled 2 8s instead of 2 4s. 8 plus 6 is 12.
No, it's
14.
It's 14. 14 misses. Jiri, 15 misses. Roulette, and 15 misses. So all three of you guys swing out, but as you guys heard her movement, you were also maybe trying to look down and see where her footsteps were leading, and it's almost jarring because her invisibility seems to be magical in a way that does not leave any traces of her path. You do not see footprints moving away. You only heard the audio. So maybe that kind of disoriented you in your strikes, but all three of you unfortunately miss as she proceeds further into the cavern. Roulette, it is your turn.
Are we oh god, are we I am making it physically known that I am not traipsing too much further.
Sure.
But I am going to take a wild firebolt shot in the general direction where I think she went.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. You can identify where her trajectory was headed. I'll give you a spell attack roll disadvantage.
Probably doesn't hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. You feel like you identified it correctly and you throw your firebolt in this direction, but it does just sail far into the cavern. With 120 feet, it might even hit the opposite end of the cavern. Let me see. Is it 120 feet?
It is 120 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so your firebolt, just like a rocket, erupts from your hand and goes directly straight through the cavern. Because of that kind of illumination that's traveling, I'll give you a perception check in this moment. Hard to see. You're just seeing those floating bobs of green flame in the surroundings, and you saw your bolt of firebolt just fly past this enormous blackened charred tree that's in the center of this space, but nothing of particular valuable note.
Got it. And I'm gonna end my turn there and like crouch down.
Okay. You probably have some version of cover where you are. Toby Rama, your turn. That's a really good question. Does it state in the item?
I think it's probably like a bonus action to turn it off. I'd say.
I'm just curious if it says. Snuffed or relit. I think that's probably. I'm going to give you bonus action to snuff it. It can be a bonus action to blow it out. But like snuffing, lighting candles, absolutely an action. Snuffing a candle might be an action to like use a snuffer, but we'll say blowing it out, that's probably free. I know, but it's like just because you identify. Right? Yeah, you can do it for free. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just saying in the future, like, because if something says it's an action to do it, you can't just like argue your way out of it because it's reasonable that it would be free. But in this, I know, yeah, you're absolutely right. It does not say it in the description, so that's totally fair. I just don't want to set dangerous precedents is all. But yes, you can snuff it out for free.
What happened?
You feel 0 heat from snuffing it out. There's no heat to that candle.
But like,
no.
Okay. All right, no action bonus action, anything. Is that it, Toby? No action, bonus action? Okay, perfect. Jiri.
All right, let's go get her. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood and gets away with it. And I'm going to charge in there.
Okay.
30 feet.
You are free to run in, and hopefully dynamic darkness is like working for you guys, but you should be able to actually Jiri. Oh, there's magical lights in this space, casting the entire space into dim light. They're not marked here on the map, but there are just bobbing flames, just kind of giving off ambient green light in the space. But it is dim light, but you can see in here. Are you looking for anything particular?
Sniff her out, Mad Wolf. And I'm just going to like wildly swing my sword as I like go through.
Okay. Give me an attack roll with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. 16.
I think you feel her just leave your range. You caught up with her and were keeping pace with her, and you feel her literally step out of your range as you swing with that sword. You've heard her footstep fall like 5 feet ahead of you. You just missed.
Can I like shout back like to my group to kind of like indicate where she is to help them out?
Yeah, absolutely. You suspect she is directly in front of you.
She's right there, guys. Let's get her.
Okay. I'm gonna my turn.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Tell Period.
I'm gonna move right here. Snagging my sliver along the way, and then I'll throw it at right where Jiri said.
Okay, perfect. You are able to do so. Attack roll disadvantage.
17 to hit.
With disadvantage?
Yeah, I rolled a 16 and an 11.
17 just hits. So you hurl your sliver and it just like spins through the air and then just like embeds itself in midair and roll damage.
3 plus 6 is 9.
9 damage. Got it. Ah, shit! She exclaims from the darkness.
Do I have to be able to see to pull?
Does it say?
That's what I'm looking up right now. Sure. But yeah, you can see.
Okay, yeah.
Is she still invisible?
That's fair.
She is currently not concentrating on an effect. She has imbued herself with an effect.
Okay.
That seems to maybe be inherent to the creature.
I'm gonna push Jiri into her to try to mess her up.
Yeah, you can do that.
And I'm gonna
Jiri, you feel a force from behind you, Jiri. Are you trying to resist, or are you just letting it take you?
And as I say, I'll say, Jiri, get up, and I'll push him into her.
Okay.
Jiri, goes with the wind, so he'll let him get pushed.
Andros,
All right.
push me.
By using Jiri's body as collateral, Telperion, I'm going to have her make a strength save to see if she's inhibited by Jiri. Let me see here. There we go.
Body slammer.
Jiri, as you fling forward, I'm going to move you forward 5 feet and her forward 5 feet. You don't necessarily, she's still invisible, so you're not quite sure of the situation she finds herself in, but Jiri, you definitely rammed into her and you heard her kind of fall to the ground in front of you, though she is still invisible.
Nice.
That's my turn.
Okay. Now it is her turn. You definitely inhibited her movement for sure, but you see as she stands up she becomes visible at the start of her next turn. So as soon as that is the case, she becomes visible once more, kind of brushes off your sliver out of her torso, and immediately gets up to her feet and runs 15 feet.
Yeah.
Jiri, roll it.
Is it normal now?
Yes, it is normal. She did stand up before she moved. But definitely
22.
hits.
Bro.
Hey, two-handed.
For 9. And that already includes the curse.
Yes, it does.
Perfect. All right, so 9 damage. She winces as she continues forward, but you definitely have blood on your sword. And she is going to use her action to dash, giving her another bit of movement. And she's going behind this enormous tree in this space. And you see there's 2 wooden tables in this space that seem to have like various bullshit on them, like components and mixtures and alchemical things. She starts to kind of like loosely rustle through her belongings on that space. But that is her turn.
Anything.
Can't see anything in this whole space.
Yeah.
It's dim light.
That is not the case on my screen.
I think it's still just dynamic lighting, depending on where you're standing.
Yeah, I think you guys are just like maybe being inhibited by tree cover and stuff in front of you.
I think as we move in, it'll be more clear.
No, where I am, if you could see where I am, is like that's a. Oh no. Yeah.
I can't see anything.
I bet Jiri, it's because I didn't give you dark vision but now I will save settings. Did it just open up for you? You might have to reload or refresh.
Okay, hold on.
But I hadn't given you dark vision, but this space is lit. So that's probably the main reason why.
Whoa, now everywhere I go, it like makes it visible. Whoa, this is weird. There's like a bunch of like little circles on my screen now.
Well, that's also weird. This is all enforcing the idea that I'm not going to use this very much, but anyway, are you able to see her?
I have to.
Jiri, you may have to Jiri, you may have to refresh your screen. I said because I just gave you the night vision.
Yeah, it should be good. We'll see.
But that is the hag's turn. She used her action and is just moving further into the cavern.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll find her later on my turn.
Okay, Roulette, it is your turn.
I moved forward. Do I see? This is like extent of where I can move to. Can I see her or can I see?
Yes, you can see her. You can see her. She's not hidden, but she is obscured by the large tree she's standing behind. But she is back here, kind of, scrambling at things on her alchemical tables.
Okay. As I'm running in, I'll take another firebolt shot at her.
Okay. She is going to have cover from this spot, but you are absolutely more than free to roll. She's going to have half cover from here, giving her a +2 to her AC. That is not enough. So you do hit her.
See that 9.
Oh,
Nice.
You can't be
Very well
greedy.
done.
Don't ask for the 10.
Yep. As she is gathering things, she's just blasted by your firebolt in the shoulder, and you see it like flare off and like singe at her skin.
I will take my flail back out, and that will be my turn.
Okay. Toby? Okay. You do have probably additional movement if you want with the dash. Okay. Whiz save.
See, that's 6.
She fails. So that's a D12, right? She still grips her head. You see her grip her head in agony as that sound rings out. So it definitely does have effect. But is that it for Toby? All right, Jiri.
God, this greedy pug.
Oh, you are muted, Tim. Jiri.
My bad.
Jim.
She's too far away because I'm still having a hard time seeing her. She's too far away for me to get to by just
by just running. Yes, she's outside 30 feet.
Okay, so then I'm gonna run 30 feet and throw. I don't want to get too far ahead of everybody, but I'm gonna throw a rock at her.
Okay, perfect. So are you going to run in a specific spot, or are you
just
even
like
able to
straight
move? Or...
toward her?
Cantrip City.
Okay. That's totally fine. So you rush up 30 feet, you enchant your stones, and then whip one at her. Go for it. Roll it.
Why is he so far ahead?
He's got puffy armor.
Absolutely hits. You guys are rolling really well.
Get over it.
Can't get over something that's an instant log.
I just lost audio. Hang on, guys.
While he's gone, let's kill the hag.
Yeah.
You guys, my plan is to kill her.
Good plan.
Critter, you missed it. The hag died.
He can't hear us. God damn it. I'm gonna.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Yep. We're good. Sorry. But yes, Jerry, that absolutely hits for 12 damage.
And he's gonna taunt her and be like, "Why are you running away? Come back here." Look how pretty
you definitely
I am.
see, with the repeated hits you guys are getting on her, you're definitely seeing her bloodied form. She's got blood dripping from several spots on her torso at this point. And she just like turns over and hisses at you when you say that. Telperion.
I want to move here if I can, but okay.
Yeah.
There was this lighting, like because it was dark, it was like hard to make. I didn't have like a grid.
That was big boomer energy, but I loved it.
Oh my god.
He had his finger on the screen, like, I want to move here.
I had to hold it with my finger. My fingy.
That's funny. Perfect. Got it. Okay. You move there.
Is the javelin's throw speed 30 at the minimum?
Yes, 3120.
I'm gonna hurl a javelin at her, which means I use my interact to get my javelin out.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Go ahead and roll it.
24 to hit.
24 absolutely hits.
And javelin is a d6, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I rolled a 5 plus 6, which is 11 damage.
11 damage. Damn.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna try to pull her towards me 5 feet to like make her get fucked on. Like I just want to rip her into the table at me.
Perfect. Strength
12.
save. She does. You see her. You see her shift, but she does root herself in place. resisting that, and she just like breaks off your not breaks, but pulls out your javelin from her shoulder that it embedded itself in.
How hurt is she looking after my javelin? When my javelin hit her,
she's very bloodied. Like, you guys have done a significant amount of damage to her.
Okay, passing.
Okay. It comes back to her turn, and she continues to gather stuff at her table. And let me do this. You see her gather up like a small leather journal and another little object over to the side, and then she holds up in her hand. Yes, here it is. And you guys see a familiar chunk of blue-green like stone, and she shoves it in her arm, and then says, "My beastie, it is time. Play with them for a while." And she like gives a wrinkle over to the tree itself, and the tree deroots itself out of the ground and becomes animate as this blighted tree, similar to the tree blights you guys fought from earlier, but much, much larger, considered a huge creature. It's like a 20-foot tall tree and 15 feet in loosely in its range diameter, pulls itself and unroots itself. And with a wink, the hag disappears once more, going invisible again.
Oh.
And as I roll for tree blight, 11, which means next. So as the hag, Toby Rama, you automatically catch with your passive perception the sound of the hag's movement kind of shuffling around in like kind of running a wide berth around this area, loosely in that direction. You hear her footsteps. But it is now the tree blight's turn, and it is just going to take a swing at the person nearest to it, which happens to be Jiri in this moment. First, it is going to make a branch attack at you. A natural 1. You see the form of this enormous creature's like tree-like limb come out over on top and just slam into the ground. Debris, the stone floor of this cavern kind of cracks beneath the weight of the pummel, and you know that would have hurt significantly, but you are able to dodge to the side. And when
Jiri takes one step to the side, and it like
Yep, perfect. And with its additional action or attack, it is going to make a grasping root attack, which also does not hit. And therefore, you are not grappled, but you see not as meaty and large and imposing as a weapon. Its other arm reaches out, and it's just a series of like loosely connected vines, and they all try and reach out at you, but I don't know how you dodge it, but they are not able to grasp your form.
I take one more step to the side.
Okay, perfect. So very dexterous movements here by Jiri, but the tree blight is not able to land a blow. Roulette, it is your turn.
Damn it. I'm so sad.
I am gonna move to here.
Okay.
And as I'm running, I'm just winding up the flail as it's gonna go.
Perfect. Yeah, from noticing in that space, you do feel like its arms are rather long, so you are within melee of that creature, just so you know. But that does not hit. You strike, your chain kind of releases and just whacks the side of it and falls limply to the ground. Even your magical thing is like, this thing is a very hardened, charred, blackened, nasty-looking tree. And that did not break any of its branches. Toby. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
Christopher, just a quick question on environment.
Yep.
Can you
Mhm.
like Is this spot here like the right-hand side of the cavern entrance?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so like if I'm looking at it, she'd have to go past that point if she's
Correct.
leaving the cavern. Okay, gotcha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, you are holding your action, so you're starting to kind of wreath your arm with whatever spell is about to be released. That's it for Toby. Okay, Jiri.
Jiri will say, all right, Mr. Tree, I have no qualms with you. I'm after the hag. And he will disengage and run 30 feet towards wherever Toby said the hag was going.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to run that amount of space for sure. Disengage action. Anything with bonus?
No, nothing I can do.
Okay.
Just looking for the hag.
Yep, perfect. I'll give you guys a check here momentarily, but Telperion?
I'm going to try to help make that check better. I'm going to take a rope out of my pack, and using Kair, I'm going to send the tip of it here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go to the right of what's his name. So let me make a little square. Actually, will you make a square for me so I can hold the space?
Sure.
So let's do it right there. Or the 30 feet. Will you make a little square there?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to essentially draw where your rope is dangling. So I'll start from that space.
Thank you. And then I'm going to move 30 to here.
So that there will basically be a rope dangling here.
Yeah, and I'm going to...
being hovering and being held taut loosely in the air.
And as I move, I will be getting to kind of cut that space with the rope. So if she's there, it would be pulled against her.
Perfect. Yeah, you do not feel any resistance as if she has already, that you are not able to sweep it into her space, but that is a very clever strategy.
Thank you. And then I'm going to action surge and then go deeper into the cavern to try to find her.
Okay, you are able to do that. So are you moving further along the wall that you're at?
Yeah, so I'm going to go 30 feet that way.
Okay.
Let's try to trip her up.
That's very clever. Go ahead and move yourself. As soon as you move there, you feel the rope bow like that. I'm going to now delete the previous rope section, but you have identified that she is in this space.
All right. And then...
not enough to restrain or grapple her, but you have identified because of physics where she is.
Yeah. And then what am I...
That is very clever. Point of inspiration. That was super.
I was about to offer that on behalf of you for him.
Yeah. That was super clever. Well thought.
And the use of my fun use of my action surge. I will use my bonus action to pull someone in to make this easier. Oh, Roulette, I know you are in melee range. I'm gonna pull Roulette 5 feet towards me to get her out of melee range of the tree.
Okay,
actually,
you can. Well, she's there. Yes, that's fair. That's fair game. Yeah. Are you calling anything out, giving her a warning, or is she just going to feel a pull on her body?
Roulette, come here.
Roulette is staring in awe of the mechanical engineering that Telperion just pulled off. So she will she's starting to step towards Telperion, but just feels it and will move 5 feet.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you are functionally out of the tree space.
That's my turn.
Okay. It is the hag's turn.
Probably wasted all.
She is going to immediately become visible. Toll the Dead with save. Yeah, she unfortunately saves, but frustrated with this rope blocking her path, she's going to make an attack on the rope.
She doesn't know this is my really high AC rope.
It's Elven rope.
Yep. And unfortunately, she does cleave right through it. So functionally, because of the way you're holding this, your rope is now a 10-foot section dangling from your mage hand, and then the 40-foot section that you're holding. So it is no longer a 50-foot rope functionally. And then she is going to use all of her movement go there to rush out of the space. And she is not able to go invisible this turn.
Oh, this is no fun. You haven't even met the mistress yet. But I can lead you to her.
That's her turn. The tree moves slowly and calmly one space forward and takes a big horizontal swipe at Roulette. With its branch first. Come on. It was so
Pass.
close. And then with her grasping root. You got to be shitting me, man. So once again, this lumbering creature, you can tell the impact of these hits would hurt. But as it's like moving so slowly, its enormous limb horizontally, Roulette, you're able to hear it creaking from behind you and you're able to duck down. And then as it's like reaching forward with its tendrils, you're probably like just about to move out of its space. So it is not able to hit you either time.
Oh my god.
0 for 4. And that is its turn, Roulette.
Oh, Jesus.
Got you closer to the exit.
Huh?
At least I got you a little closer to the exit.
You did. Roulette is conflicted. Duffman can't breathe. I am going to. Yeah, we're gonna risk it. I am going to just run 30 feet straight towards the hag, having heard her give her little
Spiel.
evil big bad monologue. I am not taking the dodge action.
Disengage.
I am not taking the disengage action. I'm just running.
Okay, it is going to try and hit you one more time then.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
0 for
Branch.
5. Stats work.
Ooh.
It slams again right as you're moving out of its space. This thing is dangerous but slow.
Oh my god.
I accidentally zoomed past your turn, but it is still your turn as you're leaving its space.
And Roulette is gonna hilariously tempt fate and be like, "That thing's supposed to be hitting us," and swing at the hag. as she
Okay.
flew away.
Yep, go ahead and roll it.
Give me that 20.
It's pretty fucking good. Roll damage. Definitely hits. 10 bludgeoning.
10 bludgeoning.
No, no, need to get away.
Anything with a bonus?
No.
Okay. Toby Rama. She's looking pretty bad. She's limping a little bit, blood oozing out of most of her visible flesh.
Orifices.
Okay.
Focus, focus. Ah!
Very frustrated. Go ahead and roll your D12.
Her brain explodes.
It does not. She is not looking happy, but it does not explode.
Oh!
That is functionally. I don't think that's an available space to you.
It does look like it's
I
hard
guess that
black
is.
on my screen. I can't.
Yeah, it does look like it's hard black on my screen as well, but I do think you've identified an actual space. So that is functionally there. That's fine. So you just kind of ran around her to get on the other side of her. Okay, perfect. Trying to cut off one of her escape routes. Perfect. All right, Jiri.
I hate to slow things down, but I can't see anything still. I think what happened is you set my vision to only 5 or 0 feet because, yeah, I can't see.
Well, what if I do that? Did that update anything?
Yes, that is a million times better. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry about that.
I've been like running around in the dark. It's annoying, but this is so much better. Thank you.
Yep, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna run up now that I can see her. Right, she's visible to me.
Yep.
I'm gonna run up, and I think I'm flanking her with Toby. Correct?
Yes, you are. Absolutely.
And I'm
And
gonna
she's
step
focusing on him as he just cast a spell and is kind of virtually in front of her in a way. So yeah, you absolutely had advantage on trying to run up and hit her.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna swing with Adros.
All right, roll it.
Ooh, 12.
Even with advantage, you swing, and she's like, her awkward gait just kind of like took you off guard, and you unfortunately miss with that strike.
All right.
Which I'm
I
not
will
happy about
use-
at all.
Tim, take a picture of.
What?
Tim, what did you
No,
take?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just joking.
That's what my screen looked like. It kept like giving me like these weird circles.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
that's
I'm not gonna
super
use a
weird.
bonus action.
Crit.
Yep.
Looking at this blue line I'm making, can I do that movement?
It's probably, you might sacrifice like a space for some difficult terrain directly in front of you, but
How about that?
yeah, you could do that.
That way I'm not cutting that corner.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm actually gonna move 5 feet this way to clear
Yep,
a path
okay.
for roulette.
That's totally fine.
All right. On my turn, I assume, right, Tim? You're done.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. I'll let the rope drop. That's not going to keep my concentration anymore. Not that I was concentrating on it. But I'm going to just use hurl a sliver at her.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay. I don't get advantage for those enemies, do I? Or my allies there, do I?
For a ranged attack, you do not.
Okay. I rolled a 15 plus 6 is 7. 21.
21 hits. Roll damage.
Okay. 11 on my first sliver.
I'm trying to do this. 11 on the first sliver. Got it.
No.
What's
It
she-
once
what
again
she-
embeds itself in her back, and she winces in pain, but forces herself to try and keep moving.
Okay, I'm gonna psionic that one.
Okay.
3. I hate rolling a 1 on those so bad.
3 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You see the detonation of force energy, but does not knock her to the ground, although it does stagger her a bit.
All right, I'll fling my last sliver at her.
All right, roll it.
Ugh. 12. 14.
Does not hit. Sails right past her. I'm going to be very bluntly honest with you guys. She had 1 HP left.
And I rolled
you
a
do
1
not-
on my psionic one, which
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, you do not hit. It sails right past her into the brush. You know where it is. It's not going to be difficult to find, but it is unfortunately did not make impact. Is that it for Telperion?
yeah.
Okay. With her turn, she's like down on one knee, limping, and is just gonna say, "Oh, you guys are making it difficult for me. Last try." She's gonna go invisible and move as far as she can.
I get a swing.
Roulette does get a swing, and Jiri and Tobirama also do. As she runs off into the brush behind. Tobirama, with your punch or axe or whatever you're holding, you do miss. Jiri, unfortunately, a miss as well. Roulette, a 17 just hits.
Yay!
Wow. So as soon as she moves out to this space, how do you want to do this to the hag?
I'm envisioning that because I'm the furthest one away, that as soon as I hear her say one last try, I'm like winding up for the swing. I want the flail to come down to just like obliterate her ankle. Just like flatten whatever bones might be in the hag foot.
Yep.
And then maybe Toby punches her in the face.
Yeah, so Toby unfortunately whiffed with his punch, but as you clobber her ankles, taking them both out in a bloody explosion of visceral nastiness, you find her, she like just topples over and her head smashes into the ground, just thudding to the ground, not exploding, but thudding to the ground with an impact that she does seem to go limp.
Yeah. Um,
And I can remove her from initiative now. All right. As soon as it's not her turn anymore, yeah, is there something you're thinking about doing right now?
no, as soon as it lands, like before I even retract it, I'm looking over my shoulder.
Yep. And the beast is lumbering toward you guys. I do need to double check its speed. Its speed is still 30. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can with 30 feet, it can move into this space where it's within Roulette and Telperion. So it is going to, its branch attack is going to try and clobber Telperion. Not going to hit. I don't know if you kind of deflected to the side or not. It was maybe close to hitting you, but it still does not. And then it's grasping root at Roulette. 16?
It's a
That hits.
Okay. You are considered grappled now.
My speed is 0.
And it is like it's coiled like branch like fingers are wrapping around you and getting tighter and tighter, and it has you grappled in its hand in the start of each of its turns. Okay, perfect.
So I don't take any immediate
You do
damage.
not take any immediate damage, no.
Okay.
But it is your turn now.
My speed is 0, and it would be a check to get out of it.
Correct.
I'm gonna.
look at Archie looking at us.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out of it.
Okay. Acrobatics or athletics to weasel your way out or strength your way out. DC is 15. You struggle as you might trying to slip out of it, but you're like impressed with this thing's strength. The coils of its branches are just getting tighter and tighter. Definitely starting to hurt.
Help!
Perfect. Is that it?
That's my turn.
Look at that.
All right, Toby.
Okay.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, with advantage, chop that tree down, baby. Oh, baby.
The
Well, that's a nat
Gallus
20. It's a nat 20. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, his strength modifier is -1.
Nice.
I think it's technically slashing, but yes, great. It has that. It has not been injured yet. 9 points of slashing. Got it. Make sure. Yeah, okay. Just making sure it's not vulnerable to slashing, but it's not. Okay, but you sink your axe like deep a couple inches into the base of one of its legs. Nice work. All right, Jiri.
All right. As the hag dies, some, I guess, dark steam rises up off of her dead body and enters into Jiri's body,
That is correct.
healing up some of his wounds.
Get a lot.
And he's just gonna turn and try to chop.
All right, that is
I wanna
considered its
chop
space.
at
Sorry,
the-
it's a 15 by 15, so you are. It would be well, it's hard to. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Oh, it's 3
I
by
want
3.
to try to
Yeah.
chop like at the things that are holding Roulette, potentially to like
You are.
try to
Yep.
yeah.
You
break
are
them off of
absolutely
her.
able to. Yep, absolutely. That is literally a feature of this thing. Yes. Go ahead and roll it. 20 definitely hits, and with 9 slashing damage, you
Damn it.
cleave. Yep. You
Ooh, I need
cleave.
to-
You cleave right through the roots that were branching off this thing's. As those go limp around Roulette, falling away from her body, you notice that the creature doesn't seem injured at all by that, but you have successfully severed those from Roulette, preventing damage to her when it was going to crush her. So good job.
I got you, Roulette.
Thank you, Jerry.
No.
Great work. Anything with a bonus? Okay. Telperion.
I'll longsword it. Longsword it. With
Roll it. Advantage with Toby.
17.
17 hits.
All right. A D8 then. For my damage. 10 damage.
Definitely injures it.
And then is everyone where they want to be? You just got what? You just got dropped?
I'm good.
Everyone's happy?
I think it's just about it's pummeling time.
What's its status? It's taken 3 hits.
It's taken a couple hits and it seems pretty meaty.
Who's next? Roulette's next?
I can wind my way around, don't you worry. Or if you want to get into position, feel free to do that.
I'll get into position because then you can take where I was. So I'm gonna
You move for Jiri.
move here.
1 to your right.
Okay, just kind of skirting around it. You guys are kind of flanking this thing from all different sides of it. There's this massive 18-foot tall thing around you that just keeps slamming around you guys, but so far not able to do any damage. All right, Telperion.
Yeah,
and with its frustration, it is not going to try and reposition itself. Doesn't have the intelligence to do so. So it is just going to try and slam the thing that most recently attacked it, which is Telperion. It's going to make a branch attack at you. 18 would hit it without your shield, but
I'm gonna say I
shield.
do specifically use the shield on that, man.
Yep. Perfect. You kind of angle it in a way that it just brushes it off to the side, not hitting you for any damage. And then it is going to make its grasping root attack at you as well.
Well, this will work because I always get grappled by monsters.
That is true. And I always roll high only on grapples ever. And once again, enforced by that, it does. As you dodge out of the way of its slam, you didn't notice, but like underneath your feet, you suddenly get like taken out from the feet as its like coiled branches are wrapping around you. You are considered now grappled. That's its turn.
You can still hit on a grapple, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also going to lift you 10 feet into the air. A little out of range of people's ability to, most people's ability to hit you. But it is going to lift you 10 feet into the air. Roulette's turn.
I think it's pay it forward, I think is what my dad always used to say. I'm gonna wander over to here and I'm just gonna like try to flail up at the arm holding Telperion.
Perfect. Yep, make an attack roll. I'm gonna say because of the nature of its connection to Telperion at that diagonal, you're not gonna have flanking for this.
I didn't think so.
14. Your flailhead gets like snagged in the roots of it and then falls limply to the ground. Its AC is literally 15 to hit the roots specifically.
Jesus. No one worries about me.
You swing well, just not enough to impact it enough to deal damage.
I will move back a little bit to give Toby some flank-a-lankin.
Okay. Toby. Okay. It is neutral wise. 11 fails.
Oh! Oh, God.
You see the 1 damage take hold, but as you see the necrotic damage try and affect this thing's fucked up, defiled, charred form, you're noticing it. It didn't even look that effective, but it does deal 1 damage.
Oh.
Jiri.
Just slaughter it.
All right, I'm just gonna start hacking away at it.
Perfect. Roll it. Advantage. You guys are so nicely flanked on all sides. Nice and symmetrical. 14 does not hit.
I don't think I've ever done more damage with a two-handed. What?
So literally once you did this session, I think. Earlier.
But it was max. It was only a 9, and the one-handed was an 8.
Yeah.
Crazy. Either way, I missed.
But you hit the roots, but they are just like hard enough that it bounces your sword blade back. That it for Jiri?
Yeah, this thing's pretty big, guys. I think we should chop it down.
Telperion.
So I'm lifted in its arm. What can I hit with my sword? Obviously, maybe the roots hitting me, or
You
am I
can
like
probably-
level with its face? Could I swing
Yeah,
its
you can choose to attack the roots holding you up or its actual form. You can choose.
I'm gonna try to hit the face of it. It's
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and roll it.
Do I get advantage from where I'm
Yeah,
at?
you do.
Okay.
You do. Yeah.
21.
Definitely hits.
8 plus 6. I rolled an 8 on my d8. 14 damage slashing.
Very nice. You definitely, for the first time, this thing makes an actual grunt of pain as you're like carving into the bark on its face. It's been hit a couple times, but just seems like this lumbering hulk that is almost like not responsive to pain, but it is finally as you just gash into it. Is that it for you?
Yeah. Well, I can't use my movement. It's an action to break free.
Mm-hmm.
So
And your movement is 0.
And I can't use my bonus actions for anything tricky. So yeah, I'll pass.
Okay. It is back to the tree blight's turn. The coiling branches around you get tighter and tighter and tighter and automatically deal to you 10 bludgeoning damage as it continues to crush your form. And with its action, or with its other attack, its branch attack, it is going to try and slam you in its hand. It doesn't have advantage or anything. You're not considered restrained, but
Bring it.
Definitely hits for low damage, 14 bludgeoning damage. So in that single moment of being crushed and slammed, you take 24 bludgeoning damage.
I'm all right.
Roulette.
I'm
Finally got a
swinging
hit
up.
off.
I am swinging up at the arm holding Telperion again.
Okay, roll it. Unfortunately, it's just like the momentum of trying to reach up there is not enough force to break the branches.
That's my turn.
Okay, Toby. Yeah, I haven't been giving advantage specifically to really like the connection point between it and Telperion. Yes, definitely hits. Roll it. You can't do it's a minimum of 1 damage no matter what. So you do 1 slashing damage as you like chop limply into the side of this tree. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Jiri, your turn.
All right, smacky smack. Choppy chop.
Advantage, roll it. It's only a matter of time. You guys are gonna whittle this thing down, but it might do enough damage in the meantime to scare you. This is so insane. The D8 versus D10 for you. I don't know.
Would turn it off so you can't see that.
I know, it's so
know.
frustrating.
21 definitely hits for 6 slashing.
Yeah, Jiri would be
Right.
swinging with 2 hands.
Yep. Okay. And probably wouldn't know that he would be doing more damage with 1 hand. So yeah, you're doing successful damage. So if that's it for Jiri, Telperion again.
Yep.
Before anything else, I'm gonna calm myself, and my little pulse of energy is gonna come out of or explode from me as I heal.
Perfect.
For 6 damage. Yeah, or no, 8, which is not great. All right, and then I'm going to try to cut the severing.
Okay, roll an attack.
And this is not an advantage, correct?
This is not advantage. Not the grasping root specifically.
17.
Does hit. Roll damage. As long as you do 6 or more, you will cleave through it.
Minimum of 6.
I do 6 plus, I do 10.
Yep, perfect. So as you slash through it, make an acrobatics check for me.
Jesus. 6. No, sorry. Yeah, 6.
You take 3 bludgeoning damage as you drop 10 feet and kind of nail your knee on the ground, but you are now standing on the ground. You aren't knocked prone or anything, but you do take damage.
3 twisted ankle
10
damage.
10 foot
So that was
fall.
everything I had, right? That was my bonus
Yep,
action, my
I think so.
action. And I could move if I want to risk opportunity attack.
Correct.
I really don't want to get grabbed again. What's everyone else's health like? But I want to let you guys attack with advantage. I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
I think that sounds
Tree turn.
Yeah. I will.
Not happy that you escaped its grasping root. It's gonna try and grasping root you again.
Fuck
To
off.
no avail. And then it's gonna
Fuck
reach
off.
backwards to the other one, cleaving into its bark-like form, Jiri, with its branch attack. Again, slamming into the earth with an enormous thud, but you step to the side and dodge it.
Too quick.
Roulette. This thing's starting to show wear and tear. You're seeing several like branches and side limbs of this thing being dropped to the ground with as you guys are repetitively hitting it. It still has its main 2 limb forms, but it's definitely showing wear and tear.
mechanically this doesn't do anything, but I'm flipping my flail around so that it does at the slightly sharper end. It's still bludgeoning, but it's just the slightly sharper end.
Okay. Yeah, with advantage, perfect. 19 definitely hits. Roll damage.
How do I have any potions of healing? Oh, I do.
11 damage.
I
Got
told
it.
you the other side if it does more.
Yep. It finally has enough of that like force over area to get a good cut into it. Perfect.
That's my turn.
Roulette. Toby. All right. Advantage. Roll it. Yeah, you definitely swing and it's just like too heavy for you and it's an awkward swing and you miss its root or whatever you were aiming for. That it for Toby? Jiri.
Again, another smack.
I just want one more hit on it from it. All right, roll it. Advantage.
14.
14 does
Not
not
rolling
hit.
right.
Yep.
Mathematically,
And
this doesn't
Definitely
exist.
not.
2 hand is lower than 1. Crazy.
Insane. Yeah, the averages here are not at all making sense. All right, miss. Telperion.
All right, attacking with advantage.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Beautiful.
Yay.
Yep, roll it.
So that's
2d8.
2d8.
2 dates.
2d8 plus 6. Okay. 8 plus 6 is 14.
Hmm.
Big slash
Okay.
right through its gut.
Perfect. You definitely see like bits of bark all fly off and like additional roots kind of fall to the ground. It's looking pretty rough, but it is not dead.
I gotta burn it. Some of the
All right.
grit.
Yep.
It's my last
Another
one.
2d8, another 2d8,
2d6,
right? Or 2d6 plus 2. Yep.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more damage. 8 force damage.
8 force damage. Got it. Another detonation of force, knocking shrapnel of wood from its body. It is not dead yet.
Pass my turn.
It is its turn.
How much damage is it?
It's putting all of its anger into Telperion right now. Branch and grasping root.
Critter's like, I must kill something.
Branch is going to hit hard, I think. 17 bludgeoning damage, Telperion, as its form finally comes overhead and just clobbers you again. 17 bludgeoning.
17 damage. I'm at 0.
Okay. It is going to use its second attack,
and
even
I
with you
just
falling.
I just used my last die.
Yeah, and it's going to use its second attack with advantage at your limp unconscious form to probably automatically. No? How? So it tries to grasp around you, but you fell, and it's like its vines are having a hard time gripping around your armored form. So it is not grasping you, but you are unconscious below it. Roulette.
I'm gonna ask this after the fight so that oh god. Thank you. I will, and I'm swinging
At the creature.
at the creature. Yeah.
Yep. 24 hits.
13 damage. Call it.
13 bludgeoning damage. It roars in pain and agony and stumbles a bit, but it is technically teetering, keeping itself up. But you can tell this thing can fall at any second. Roulette, with your passive investigation / intelligence, you also are now realizing in this very moment where it's teetering, if you guys knock it down in the wrong direction, it may timber.
So
just you get that glimpse of insight.
I was gonna ask because I think you said it was like 18 feet tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am going to move 5, 10, 15, and then I'm going to drag Telperion another 5 up this way.
Okay.
If allowed.
Yep, that's totally doable. So you were standing here?
I was standing here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, so you functionally are able to drag Telperion with you to get to that, kind of essentially.
And I can't move
it did
anymore.
take double movement, but you cannot move anymore.
Because I only have 5 left. Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
That's all I wanted.
Okay. Toby Rama. With a bonus action. Good job. All right. You do not. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You can reposition yourself. It's easy to get flanking on bigger creatures with kind of their situational thing. So, and with a natural 20, how do you chop down the tree?
Yes.
Yay.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yep. Yep.
Lumberjack.
So here's what happens. You sink your axe into it very successfully, and with the surge of strength you didn't know you had, you're kind of like running alongside of it, carving through it.
Yes.
And as you move from that spot to here, you have cleft through an enormous portion of its base, and as it groans in pain, it falls loosely in this direction. Safely, none of you guys are in range of its falling form, but it collapses to the ground. Very well fought. And it is dead.
Are we out of initiative?
There's just kind of dust. Yes, you're out of initiative. There's just kind of dust in the air from the impact of the trees form.
Me too. I'm gonna go. Can we do a bio break really quick?
Yes, absolutely. We can do bio break. Let's come back right here when we're back.
Nice dog.
If I had gotten one higher on my second win, that wouldn't have happened. We got you on that. We are. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Figured we should get him out there as long as we can while we're on our break. We can also city spec. Also, it had burgers out. We were able to get in, especially. I like love when I when it turns out to be useful, you know. I was usually trying to scrap it. Come here, Arky, come. Sit. Dad. No. Literally, I rolled one higher on my second one.
Sorry about the visibility issues, Tim. Sure,
Oh,
that's
no worries.
frustrating.
No, it's all good.
It's funny. I purposely, when I set some of these maps up and I was learning about dynamic lighting and stuff, I'm like, oh, Jiri doesn't have dark vision. Oh, that might be a little fun in a way. Okay, I'll make sure that's at 0. But then I didn't account for when there's light sources available, he should be able to see stuff. And so, like, for the previous combats, were you in total darkness or were you able to see some of that?
No, it was just that area for some reason was weird.
Weird.
I think it just that map, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was all right. It felt kind of natural that Jiri would probably not be able to see as well, and like
Maybe, yeah.
so it made it feel like I was just running around,
Okay.
not knowing where I'm going. So
yeah,
very immersive.
too immersive.
Are we muted? We're not muted. Oh no, I'll wait till Mike comes back.
Also, sorry, I feel like that combat was not particularly dynamic, but just the nature of a big hulking tree, I guess. I also intended for the hag to like be a little more of a factor throughout the battle, but you guys decimated her in like the first 2 rounds you had available.
Oh, I found her so personally offensive. Once I realized she had the stone, I was gonna move heaven and earth to kill her. I was really sad I didn't levitate the table and drop the table on her. Or bring the table.
That would have been interesting.
I know.
I was about to tell you like,
for reasons.
Oh yeah. Like Tyre with a sheet coming after.
I would probably have had to make a perception check for visibility there.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. So there's yeah.
taking out my my healing potion and dumping it in Topirian's mouth.
He
Potion
probably
of
just
healing
needs
in
to
his mouth.
sleep a little.
What?
I was just saying, okay, potion of healing in his mouth. Yeah, Steve Roulette, you can roll that 2d4 plus 2.
And Jiri will come over and say, he probably needs to sleep a little bit. We should let him rest.
I think we could all use a bit of a
What am I getting? 9?
slow down. Yeah, 9 health. Is there?
I would. Oh,
Sorry, Toby. Is there something with yours where like max healing happens, or is that something else? Oh, okay, never mind.
I wake up and I say, "Don't tell me Jerry got the killing blow."
No, not this time, surprisingly.
Oh, Roulette, how'd you do it then?
Amazing. Okay, so you're healing up, Toby Rama. You are over at the Hag. Make an investigation check for me.
Thanks for the potion.
Your passive investigation is going to be pretty good already, but okay. Here we go. The Hag is holding on her person that had kind of scattered around her when she fell, chunk of blue-green stone, a sort of grotesque spiky chestnut that seems to have some kind of liquid inside, and it has a kind of a putrid green gas drifting off of it.
Terrifying.
She has a, oh, I want to go to this actually. Let me do something here.
How are you slurping that?
She has a tome, a black leather-bound journal that's very like gross. The leather's like rotted and stuff, but it's functional. And there's a cut off hand that is just grasping the journal. It's just holding on to it.
Ew.
It is not. It seems to be humanoid. And as soon as you grab the journal to get it, the hand animates and tries to crawl up your hand and crush it, but is not able to. So you have an animated hand just holding onto your hand, just like squeezing.
Someone like trying to out handshake.
Yeah. Absolutely. Roll an athletics check. Yeah, roll an athletics. Yeah, to
Oh my God.
pull it off you, essentially.
If those does 10 damage to me, I'll kill you.
2. It's you're trying to pull it off, but it's still just holding onto your hand, and it's trying to crush it. Like, it's definitely strong, but so far it's not squeezing hard enough to deal damage.
Sure. So
All
I
right,
guess
before Jerry gets over to you, it's going to make one more squeezing attack. It still continues to like reposition itself on your hand, just squeezing your hand, but it's not dealing any damage.
oh, I got it. I got a good idea. We could use that hand that I found, the tree hand, and we'll like swap, you know what I mean? And then I'll give the tree hand a handshake instead. Roulette,
Jerry.
I need the hand.
Yeah, okay.
What? Oh, the tree arm thing?
Yeah.
What? Oh, Topirian, just don't move for a bit.
Oh, I get up right away.
And I go over and I give you the tree bark arm that's from the bag.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Make persuasion, animal handling, deception. What the fuck is this? Make a sleight of hand check, Jerry.
All
Yeah,
right.
that feels right.
Ooh,
You
five.
try and like get the branch like under in between the hand and Toby Rama. Unfortunately ineffective as it tries to attack once more. Toby Rama, it finally grips a part of your hand where it suddenly hurts a lot, dealing 4 bludgeoning damage as it crushes your hand.
Wait,
Okay,
can I
fine.
come over at this point?
I'll smack
Sure.
it. Stay
Okay,
still.
before you attack this journal, I go no. And I just try to
It's just to be clear, it's no longer holding the journal. It dropped the journal. It's now holding Toby Rama's hand,
I
just
try to wrench
crushing
it
it.
off.
Okay, make a athletics check.
You're so stupid.
18.
Yeah, you grip it harder than it's gripping Toby, and you're able to pry it off Toby's hand, and now it's just like trying to squirm in your grasp, Telperion.
I hold it to Jerry towards the hand he's holding.
Okay, make a sleight of hand with advantage now.
Bill. 13 plus 1. 14.
Yeah, you guys in tandem kind of goad it with the promise of something else that can crush, and it immediately grabs onto that and just starts squeezing in place. This armless hand, just animated, just squeezing this branch now on the floor or wherever you put it.
Well, guys, I guess Sora was evil. That's crazy.
So you do get that tome, or that journal. You also get another small brown leather little satchel. It is very thin, soft, small. It looks like what you would find sewing needles in. And that is everything the witch has on her person.
I go grab the blue-green stone.
In a second, I guess just a quick thing before we start poking around too much. Toby, I know you took a hit. Jerry, you took a hit. And Telperion, you're.
I'm fine.
Do we want to just make a quick plan? We can stay here and catch our breath in this cavern here for a bit.
If y'all think you need it, sure.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to attempt another short rest in this cave space. I'm just going to say this for free. There's also very clearly other stuff on her tables that she did not grab.
That's where I was going. Yeah, I was going to.
I figured. I just wanted to say.
I think we could explore here for a while and rest while we do that.
Okay, so we'll hang out here for a bit. I'm gonna go back over to the table where she was scrounging around and just carefully, gingerly, not trip any like triggers or anything that are on her personal table, and just look around and see what she's got there.
Make an investigation check for me.
I want to go over with her because I have a question for her.
Okay. All right, Roulette, you determine, kind of looking at the supplies, you're like, there's a lot of cool valuables and goodies here. None of it looks to be arcanely or mechanically trapped. Who knows if the hag was arrogant or unconcerned with, maybe the chaotic nature of their minds, are not necessarily paranoid in that way. What you find is a jar of 2 reptilian eyeballs suspended in a briny fluid.
It's them.
You find another jar with a grotesque purple, still beating minotaur heart suspended in like a clear liquid. The other one was a yellowish green. You find 3 containers of liquid. 2 of them look identical to one another. They're contained in fine glass and seem to be a beautifully red, syrupy color, very typical of healing potions you guys have encountered in the past, but they're in slightly larger spherical bottles. One of them has a brown cork stopper, one has a yellow cork stopper. The third is a smaller vial of a darker, thicker red than what you expect from a typical healing potion, but it's kind of subtle gold shimmer and suspended gold particulate matter inside. Definitely look inviting and delicious and beneficial. You find a branch, like a thorny branch that's like a sickly gray-green colored stem of some kind of plant with like gnarled hooked thorns curving out of it. And 4 spell scrolls. That is all the equipment you're able to gather of valuable import at her tables.
It's a branch of gray green.
A branch of gray green thorny hooks. Yeah, Telperion, you can make a nature check with proficiency if you want to try and identify what that is.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, nat 20.
You recall back in Ostenis, when you guys were dealing with one of the potion makers, not Kari, Beck at Beck's Underwears. She had available a potion of poison of Kelemvor's Kiss available. Back in that moment, you remember thinking, I can't remember what Kelemvor's Kiss looks like. And when you see this plant, you're like, this is Kelemvor's Kiss. Super rare plant, does not grow in the Emerald Forest. How she has it here is beyond you, but it is a gray-green sickly stem, roughly like a ruler length long, 12 inches long, and it has all these thorns jetting out of it, and you know this to be a highly dangerous poisonous stem.
Okay, excellent.
Very potent poison. Kelemvor's Kiss is the name.
Len, we're gonna need to put this in the satchel and be very careful when you put it in because this is highly poisonous.
It's a stick. Oh,
Highly one of the most poisonous things I can think of. Worth saving, of course, but I wouldn't want it on my body.
Is there any like fabric on her desk or anything like, or probably not? I can.
There are like loose, stretched leathers and skins of creatures. Noticeably, all the spell scrolls that you identified are not typical parchment. They're like high quality tanned leathers of beasts from possibly this region that she has inscribed with magical ink. Functionally spell scrolls, but nastier. So no cloths, but various like parchment related types of things.
How big is this branch stick that I picked up?
12 inches long.
Okay.
It's functionally similar to like a short sword or something, a little longer than a short sword, but like you could like wield this branch if you wanted to, or you could like harvest it and gather poison from it.
We can grab some of the cloth off her clothing.
Was she wearing any clothing?
Loose scraps of like the simplest cotton bullshit.
I'll get something from her or from the table, and I'll just wrap the Kelemvor's Kiss in some sort of fabric, so that it's not just like out.
Yeah, you rip some of the gross cloth off her body. That's probably the only cloth really available. So you can wrap the plant with that and stow it in the satchel of storing.
And we can try.
Jury's gonna check to see if she had anything on her.
I think Toby Rama, you are absolutely welcome to check, Jiri. I think Toby Rama had already spent some time gathering what she had on her.
Okay, never mind.
But it was seemingly the chunk of stone, a weird chestnut-like item, a journal, and a small pouch of something.
Did you say sword of chestnut? Oh, sort of.
A sort of chestnut, like a spiky chestnut that has like a magical green aura kind of billowing off of it.
Not sword of chestnut.
I promise it's not a sword of chestnut.
What about the tree? Did we check the tree out?
No, not yet.
You are welcome to make an investigation or nature check.
Oh boy. Looks like a tree.
Yeah, very clearly nothing valuable on this tree other than some like gross, necrotic, defiled, blighted bark. But nothing valuable.
While you were knocked out, the tree said that you were the ugliest.
Well, look at it. That's probably a compliment. It's defiled and disgusting.
Aren't you mad that that Sora also called us ugly? I feel like we're not. She lied. Or probably doesn't know what ugly means.
Oh.
I'm just trying to throw as many M titles at you guys. Matriarch, matron, mistress.
Jerry, you had me for a second, but That wasn't Sora. That was just the hag. I think she's imprisoned Sora, like Toby here is suggesting.
Oh, okay. She looked like Sora.
But I do, with that in mind, I want to go check out the perimeter of the cave here, make sure there's not like some little prison she's in or something.
Yeah, you can absolutely scout a bit. Go ahead and make an investigation check over the next period of time you guys are hoping to do so.
16.
You survey the surroundings. I don't know if this is taking you 20, 30 minutes, most of the short rest, part of the short rest. You kind of let me know, but you're able to like check out nearby trees and where the crag entrances kind of meet the ground at the lower portion of the terrain. You don't find anything like cages in this area.
I just want to check the perimeters or back end. I'm just looking for anything of interest in this, like back of this cave, like an exit area or whatever.
There does not seem to be one. Seems just a hollow area she used for her own nefarious alchemical experiments.
I mean, I know. I think we gotta. I think once we all kind of recoup, I think heading right back to that door and see if we can get in there. Probably our best bet.
We got yeah, for sure.
Yep. Having cleared the hag of this place and the cockatrices above seem to settle in and nest after having been fed to some degree. You guys are unassaulted for a short rest. You guys are absolutely free to take your short rest. And I think I don't know if we do this or if it's written in the rules. You can only benefit from 2 short rests every long rest. So this will complete your availability to short rest for the day.
Do I want those final 3 hit points?
I went 9 out of 36. Should I use 3 or 4 hit die?
Critter, DM question for you. When rolling hit dice, do you have to decide how many you're rolling before you?
No, you can just do. You can do 2. Shit, I want to do more. Okay, do more. Like you're allowed to do that.
So start rolling and then stop when you get to a point.
Yes, that's basically the strategy.
That doesn't roll for you, so you can just start rolling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that just confirms how many.
Oh.
There's a button there that says like roll the hit
10,
dice.
so 1d10 plus 2.
And you get the +2 every time.
Okay, so 3d3 plus 6 is what I'm doing right now.
Whoa, what?
3d10 plus 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10, 14. 14 plus 9 is
23.
23 plus 6 is 20.
29. That brings you to max.
Yeah, cool.
I'll use 1 as well and just go up to 40.
Okay.
I am going to spend my time. The first minute, I'm going to take out Moby 3 and mend him so that he is sky worthy again. And then, assuming we're taking like 30 to 45 minutes, you said?
Yeah, roughly an hour. A little less than an hour, but yeah, roughly an hour.
I'm going to ritual. Let's make sure I have it because I know that happened once before.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to identify a few things. Let me know specifically what you're intending to identify.
Yeah, I am going to identify the 3 liquids.
Okay, let's start with those. So
Yeah.
30 minutes go by and you identify all 3 of these. The smaller, more curious one possibly is an elixir of health.
Is that the one with the gold flecks in it?
It is, yes, it is a darker, thicker red with gold particulate matter and a kind of a golden shimmer to it. Elixir of
How much
health,
is this one?
Which is you can make or you can add to your inventory. The second one, you have 2 identical spherical glass vials. Brown stopper first or yellow stopper first?
I hate this. I will do the yellow stopper first.
As your identify spell completes and you expect to see like more than a potion of healing, your eyes go wide in horror that this is a potion of poison. Identical in every sense, unable to be discerned that it is poisonous by any means other than magical means. It is identical to a potion of greater healing, but is in fact a potion of poison. And a master herbalist could not identify that this is a poisonous thing without experiencing the effects. Only magic will discern that. So the yellow stopper bottle is a potion of poison.
Got it.
I take that so fast.
The third other identical spherical bottle is a potion of greater healing.
Yes.
With the brown stopper. Okay, so that's 3 items in 30 minutes.
I hold a chestnut towards you. We gotta know what this is.
I'll do the chestnut and then I'll leave it there for identifying, assuming I have downtime in between.
Sure. So the chestnut you identify, very strange magic coming from this. It seems experimental and custom. It gives you the a sense of transmutation magic. And you suspect that when crushing this chestnut, if you allow it to pierce your hand for a 1d4 of piercing damage, you immediately have the ability to cast the spell Spike Growth as a 2nd level spell.
What?
So you can add to your inventory from D&D Beyond Bramblevine Chestnut.
Whoever picked that up, add that to your thing. I will explain.
I want to open the little satchel.
You are opening the little satchel. In the little satchel, not the journal, the small brown soft leather thing, very well maintained leather. This is not rotted and disgusting like her other belongings. It's a little nicer. There are 3 needles inside. However, let me go to here.
This could be magical too.
I just want to find my description, and I did not do it. You find 3 needles. Very immediately, you suspect, are these sewing needles? And then you identify, and they look like thicker and more industrial. That's a bad word, but more heavy duty than what would be used as a sewing needle. And there's no like looped head where twine would slip through. One is gold, a needle made from gold. One is crafted from literal amethyst, and one is crafted from platinum.
This was a rich hag. I wonder if these were some spell components of hers or something. So I toy with them for a second. I don't really get any ideas.
You can make an Arcana check.
I will. I rolled a 3. Plus 1,
Yeah,
2, 5 total.
There's no there's no auras drifting off of them or glowing runes or anything that indicates arcane means. You're welcome to prick your finger with them if you would like.
No.
Okay.
We could use them to repair my tabby, though.
I think that Roulette should investigate these magically later. Last thing I want to do is check out the corpse of the tree. I'm very curious about this tree that came to life.
Sure. You can make another nature check like Jiri did.
I rolled a nat 1.
Yeah. Similarly, just seems to be unusable, charred, blighted bark.
Yep.
I'm sorry. There also was one more item on the hag, a wand, like a spell focus, arcane focus wand, that just seems to be carved out of some creature's femur bone, but it is carved into a usable, brandishable wand, functionally and arcane focus. So 40 minutes have gone by. Roulette, you're welcome to prod, poke more, or you guys can start getting move on your call.
Well, I was gonna. Do I have to identify?
Very good question.
Do I have
That's
to
a very good
identify
question.
scrolls, or do I have to read them?
You know that typically you don't have to identify the scrolls, but you're all welcome to look at them. Who's looking at them? Roulette and Toby Rama together? You guys were both asking about them?
Sure, yeah.
Roulette, only one of them, I believe. So we're going to standard spell scroll rules, which is written in D&D Beyond, written in Player's Handbook, because I can't keep track of other rules. We're just doing default spell scroll rules, which means you can only cast something if it's within your class's list. If it's not in your class's list, the text and runic enchantments built into the thing are illegible to you. They don't make sense to your brain. Roulette, you identify that one of them is a spell scroll of Tasha's Caustic Brew, whoever Tasha is. It's Tasha's Caustic Brew.
Her name Tasha.
It is I believe it's a transmutation spell that is on Artificer's list, so you can read that. The other three are illegible to you. Toby Rama, you see a spell scroll of Inflict Wounds, which is legible to you. The other three are illegible to you. So far there's a spell scroll of Tasha's Caustic Brew, Inflict Wounds, and then 2 mysterious illegible spell scrolls.
Sherry, don't you know magic? Why don't you try to read it?
Okay.
Jiri, if you take a look at the other two, at first it looks like just nonsense, and then suddenly you see at the corner of your vision like thin tendrils of black just like kind of creep into your peripherals that you recognize that sensation. But as that happens, the movement, there starts to be movement of the runes on the page that kind of reorganize themselves, and then very clearly in front of you, you can tell that, well, there's a spell scroll of Friends and a spell scroll of Mind Sliver.
Well, it seems like this one would make people like you, and then this other one would hurt people's minds.
Well, Jerry, if you can read those, you hold on to those, because I don't think Toby or myself would be able to actually do anything with them. Toby, you can read whatever that one says. Okay, you hold. Sounds painful. Sounds useful. Yeah, y'all hold on to those. I'll hold on to this one. I'm not quite sure what it does, but I can take a look at it later. We're done searching here. Think we head back up. Try to find our way.
I'll do 2 things. I'm gonna psionic recovery one of my psi energy, and then I will take that.
Which, can you do that every short rest? Okay. Just
After.
checking.
I've done it 3 times today. One before our first short rest, one after, one now. And then
Perfect.
I will uncork the potion of poison, and I'll take my ring, and I'll drop my ring into the potion of poison.
Okay. Will you read the ring's ability for me?
Oh gosh, yeah.
I can pull it up here too.
Got you. Each of the gray lever bands, blah, blah, blah. You can submerge the ring in a potion or poison intended to be ingested. If the ring is left to sit in the liquid for 1 minute, it magically consumes the potion or poison and any of its properties. One of the dark gray serpents glow.
Do you have anything stored in it so far at this moment?
Yeah, 1 potion of healing.
Okay, so a regular potion of healing, which has kind of one of the braided band serpents of the leather is already glowing red. As you drop this in, over the course of the minute, the level of the potion just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until left at the bottom of an empty flask is your ring, now with a second red band glowing, almost imperceptible, but slightly brighter than the previous potion of healing.
And as it finishes, I said, oh, I probably should have tried to study that to see if I could replicate it, but I didn't. I just drained it right away.
Yeah, I know you were talking about trying to make one of those yourself at some point, but I guess you can. Sure, yeah, that's right. Okay, it's in your ring now, so you can use it at some point in the future.
Yep, there it goes. Oh,
Even with Telperion, visually, what Tobiram is saying makes sense to you, but intellectually, being attuned to this magical item, you can almost sense magically, you know exactly which one carries which liquid.
I'm gonna make sure that I take the yellow corked flask to myself and put that
Empty cork flask. Got it.
Yeah.
this is not me trying to retcon, but as it was going down, I would have been analyzing it, trying to like, I'm not obviously gonna have studied it or anything, but
Sure,
I just want to like
over the-
know what I can of the characteristics of it and like think about it in contrast to a real potion of healing. And like, I would be wondering as I'm watching it, Mike Jacoby
Sure,
didn't
yeah.
think about it. But
Yeah, that's fine. You can roll just roll a general intelligence check for me with disadvantage.
Okay. Because this is something.
This is not proficient. This specific.
For sure.
Okay.
Oh, and the notes I have are on herbalism, and this would not be herbalist related, so never mind. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, studying an existing liquid is not quite the same as identifying, and
Rolled a 17 and a 15. What kind of
that's
check
pretty
is this?
good. Just intelligence.
So 17 total.
As you see it, you are just like captivated by the fact that you do not see anything in this liquid that would suggest it's anything other than a potion of healing. It is identical in every sense. And maybe with more time, you could have like broken it down and experimented with it and functionally you would have destroyed the liquid in the process, but could have gotten gainful insight from it. But over the course of this minute that it soaks into the ring, you are not able to gather any useful insight. Other than just like admiration that holy shit, people make this and it's identical to potions of healing.
Sounds good. Not killing myself at all.
All good. Might be other ways you can learn that in the future. Yep, trekking back to the door. Telperion, are you picking up your 10-foot section of rope and your 40-foot section of rope?
Sure.
Okay, just out of curiosity, you have those. All right, you guys are able to climb back up the ropes you had left dangling, and Alfie is okay. You're going last. Alfie is exactly where you placed him left. When you guys approach, his little head pops out of the bushes, just looking at you. Excited to see you. That's about it. Yeah, you guys are, I'm going to move you back to the other screen. You guys are able to kind of avoid where the cockatrice nests were and able to get back to this section of the map as I move you there. And you guys can all kind of move yourself back to that door, and then we'll pull up that screen again.
So to the ruin then?
We have what I think is the key to this thing. So
we have a troll we have to kill. Hopefully that was her monster, but I don't know.
Mistress.
I think we're in for a fight either way. If no one objects, I'll lead people back to the ruin.
Sure. You guys head back toward that kind of stone archway and the familiar face of this blue-green stone with the whole chunk in the middle.
All right, so do we want to be ready to back away once we cast our spells into this? Because
yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check. '22 is really good. You don't see it, and yet you get valuable perception in the fact that you hear very clearly patterns of snoring on the other side of the gate. It's loud, but it's far. Far as in 40 feet away, but you're hearing snoring.
How big is this door compared to like what we guessed the size of the troll was?
Great question. This is a roughly 8 feet tall door, and this kind of slab of stone is set into the surrounding stonework, and it's like a good, I don't know, 3 by 2.
A troll could fit through this door when open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Things are.
It might have to duck and sneak in, but yes.
Well, what if should we just try and lower it out the door, or and like just wait till it pops out and hit it, or should we try and sneak in? I don't know.
I think when we open depending on how loud the door is when it opens, it may wake up. We could certainly
Hear me out,
try.
guys. What if we made a meat trail from the chickens all the way to the troll, and then we have the troll fight the chickens?
With what meat?
I mean, it would be the most entertaining option.
I'd say step one. We're gonna try and open this door, but let's just, if we flank this door, at least if it comes running out at us, we can all sneak attack it as it tries to run out. So I'd say as soon as we go to open this door, just stand off to the side. If it wakes up, we attack it. If it doesn't, we kind of step forward from there.
Sure. And I don't mind the idea of trying to go in there and strike it while it's asleep. Although I might struggle to get close enough without clinking. I might wake it up if I try. But we can see what happens after we open the door. Does everyone have their enchantments ready?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Can I?
I would say, Jiri, make an Arcana check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Because you do not instinctively just know the nature of the spell by looking at the spell scroll.
9.
And you still, unfortunately, do not. You're not confident what they are. But, yeah, simple logic. If you think that might be able to make someone friendlier, for example, maybe that is enchantment. You're not sure. You haven't studied Arcana, but you know how to cast this.
They're very magical, Toby. I'll tell you that.
I think they are. Do we want to put the key in the lock? Step one, see what happens.
I put the key in the lock.
Telperion, why don't you float it and don't touch it?
I already have it floating midair.
Perfect. So you just gesture forward and it forces, just like levitates in, tries to situate in. And as it clicks into place, a rune, a circle inscription around the rune face lights up and another symbol appears in the middle. Around the rim in Elvish states, now visible where it wasn't previously, and the seasons of Sylvanas are bound together by only change, a singular constant in a volatile cycle of place and time.
Transmutation.
I can do transmutate. Can I? I forget.
Critter, does the picture change at all? Like, do you have something for the black circle?
Yeah, you're right. It just does that. I unhide the black circle. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
All right. Well, I've contributed the magic I can do.
Roulette is internally probably very upset that she used the spell, used some of her spell slots earlier without fully knowing what this door required. She wants to take a solid minute to just like investigate this, read the runes, and read everything to make sure that if we repeat what we did before and then dump some transmutation magic into the middle of this that will satisfy the needs of the door, or at least to the extent that she can tell.
Make an Arcana check. Just a flat Arcana check. Natural 20. Bypassing the kind of confusion that might belay your mind with the nature of the kind of more druidic runic symbols here, you kind of go into just the logic of it. That, oh, not only did we enchant each quadrant of this thing, but we also did it in a clockwise fashion that followed the seasons of a year. And so you are strongly suspecting that as long as you do that again, and then finalize it with the central piece, you should be good.
So, because we started top left and we went clockwise.
That is exact what you, I think what you guys did was, I actually don't remember where you started, but all you know, but roulette, you did not popcorn it. You did do it because roulette will remember. You'll remember exactly the way you did it, but also roulette might have a seedling in her mind of it might not matter where we start as long as we clockwise it.
Yeah, we started top right because I did the heroism patch last, and we went around.
Well, what I'm seeing here, no light was lit, no song was sung, but in the infinite cold of the Evernight. And so if that's winter, it would be the bottom right with the snowflake.
Well, no, it doesn't. So it's more of a making sure you don't go back on yourself. So if you start in one spot, just go in a circle to make it.
Yeah. I have faith. You don't need to explain it to me. I can't help anyway.
Toby, I think you said you could handle most of these, right?
Good thing I'm very enchanting.
Jerry, did you want to try? You want to try something?
Oh, I can definitely handle it. My voice is magical.
Oh, so, okay. Yeah, Jerry, if you want to kick it off, Toby, just make sure whatever order you do it, just make sure you complete a circle.
So are we intending for Jiri to kick us off?
Yeah, so Jiri will speak to the stone, and he will just tell it a little tale, and he will add a little bit of magic to his words, though. Try to persuade it to open up.
Very interesting. Make an Arcana check when you do this.
Well, I'm casting a spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
Look at Crit mentally going through your spells.
Chris running through his mind palace, the branch that says Jiri's shit that he can do. Oh wait,
yeah.
no, take a left turn for Jax's shit that he can do.
Well, yeah, I think in this very moment, Jiri, unless you can correct me here in a way that doesn't ruin something, I don't think Jiri can do what you're suggesting.
Can I just say the spell?
Sure.
Enthrall. That's one of.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was misunderstanding. Yes, you can absolutely do that. So, okay. So as you imbue your voice with magical energy, you see almost sucked from Jiri's mouth, just magical aura gets sucked immediately into the enchantment glyph, and it glows.
See, I told you I have a magical voice.
Not in that order.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you do them in the correct order of evocation, next, necromancy, divination. As those four glyphs activate, you see a familiar pattern of like spirals of intricately carved channels funnel the magic all toward the center, now being able to completely reach the center stone. And as that middle transmutation glyph glows, and Toby Rama, you cast Thaumaturgy to imbue it with your magic, the entire stone face vibrates and glows and then the entire doorway vibrates and glows with a very subtle but saturated turquoise light, and then like almost like a invisible current just becomes entirely translucent. The entire doorway fades and is no longer opaque, but is just entirely translucent and seems to shimmer and give and flow as if like suspended buoyant air current is there. You can look in, you can make another perception check.
But let's reaching your hand out just to like.
I am too.
You still do not see him. Even with a 25, you don't see him, but you can hear the snoring now more clearly, a little forward 30 feet and then off to the left in a direction that you don't have line of sight on. Roulette and Telperion, as you reach forward, your hands are just going through this archway as if there is no door there at all.
Better hurry in case it closes soon. Yeah, because Jiri, you can't do that infinite times, can you?
I do get tired after a while.
Well, we should go in now then, in case it shuts. But we should go in quietly so we don't wake up the beast.
Okay, so I'm going to move you guys to the next map, and then everyone give me a stealth check. You guys should all appear on the very far left side of the map. And oh no, Jiri, I probably need to adjust you again. I'm just going to do this. Okay, Jiri, I just saved and updated your vision. You may need to refresh to trigger it.
Okay. Waste of a natty 20.
Okay, let's go through this.
Yeah,
11, 8, 5, 15, 11.
You're so loud.
More than half of you were above 10, but I am going to give it a perception check with disadvantage as you hear it sleeping off in this direction. I'll actually just make it visible.
We can't see it because of the shadows anyway.
Well, yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Oh, I can see it.
It continues to slumber. You hear it snoring uninterrupted by your approach.
I really quietly pull out my longsword.
Okay.
So we all became very familiar with what the drag marks looked like going into here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see where they lead in here?
Make an investigation check. Very good. So the map may be hard to decipher a bit, but there is a massive structure up ahead of you. This space only goes about 20, 30 feet in before branching off to each side. And there's this massive tree-like structure that reaches up in front of you. The drag marks seem to go forward around this direction.
All right, I hate to say this, but maybe we shouldn't try to kill the troll right now.
I think we should just
keep going.
Be quiet and just keep going forward. He's over to the left. If we wake him up, we're going away from him.
Yeah.
So
let's just go.
Let's just follow these marks for now.
I agree. Also,
It looks so killable.
We'll kill him on the way out.
Well, also,
Okay.
it would give away our entrance to whoever is still here.
So following the footsteps in that direction, you see that they continue this way.
As we're getting out of line of eyesight of the doorway we came through, I just want to take one last glance, look back. Is it still open?
It is still shimmering, translucent.
Perfect. And I'm quietly reminding everyone, keep an eye out for those pit trap things.
Very astute.
Very narrow.
As you say that, and Telperion and Toby Rama are kind of leading the charge, Telperion, go ahead. Both of you make a survival check. It's really good.
17.
Telperion, you're confident you don't see any pitfall traps as you guys are proceeding. But as you get about here and Toby Rama takes one step in front of you, Toby Rama, not only do you not see a pitfall trap, you see something else. Let me get my draw shape tool out, which I meant to do before, but there seems to be, you're coming to an area where the bramblevine thicket is so dense above, to your side, to your left, and there seems to be like a tunnel, like 5 to 6 feet high and roughly 10 feet in diameter, this like horizontal tunnel built out of the bramblevine that encapsulates roughly this area, if you're able to see that polygon I just drew.
Uh-huh.
It is like a tunnel that you see the drag marks leading up to, but on the base floor of this tunnel-like structure, there is just dead leaves and foliage all over the ground. So you do lose the track marks. And Toby Rama, right as you're about to step forward into this tunnel, you see. Oh, wait, that's not ideal. Here we go. You see a patch of, God damn it, let me get to the right section. You see a patch of like violet mushroom caps barely peeking out of the dead shrubbery beneath in that space.
We go forward, right down.
Yeah.
Don't get too close.
With both of you actually proficient with identifying herbs and other flora. One of you can both make a nature check with proficiency, or one of you can make that check with advantage.
What kind of check is it?
An herbalism check, so nature plus proficiency.
With advantage?
Yes.
So +4 to whatever I get here. 15.
You notice that this is a rather popular, or at least commonly occurring type of mushroom. This is actually fawn trotter. Very common, usually used in stews and soups and stuff. Elves are very familiar with this type of mycelium.
It's fawn trotter. What fawn trotter is not too dangerous. It's edible.
Harmless.
I'll Kyera snap it off.
Yep, you're able to do so. You snap off a little branch head of fawn trotter, a violet mushroom cap. It does not.
Okay, why did you make that little square rectangle then? Because
that's the tunnel.
Okay.
That is roughly 6 feet tall or so and 10 feet wide.
Christopher, is the bottom part of this map like the inner wall of the
absolutely
inner sanctum thing? Okay.
100%.
Then I will take a step forward where I snapped that mycelium from.
Okay, you can step in that space.
And I want to peer at the next space and see if there's more of it.
Do you guys see
the space in front of you? Are you okay? Investigation, please. Then.
Okay. Uh, 15 plus 4, 19.
You identify that there's a different type of mushroom peeking out of this portion of dead leaves. As I make that visible. This one is a more black and thin and more tiny little mushroom bobs at the top. Just a different type of mushroom ahead of you.
To my right, is there more of the purple? Is it like paired?
Investigation check.
Okay.
There's just dead shrubbery and dead leaves over the entire surface of the floor here, so it's difficult to see what's underneath.
6 on the looking to my right.
You don't see anything without like shuffling leaves to the side or anything.
Okay. I'm gonna take out my torch so we can all see this better. And I will levitate a couple leaves off of that space to my right.
Okay. Carefully levitating a couple leaves off that space to your right. You see a different type of mushroom. Yellow.
Oh gods. Okay.
Roulette starts to have an immediate flashback nightmare. Toby, get him out, please. Telperion, come here. Telperion, come here.
I take a step back. What?
Okay.
Trying to see the forest for the trees of this tunnel. Does it actually look like does it look like it is part of the bramble and not
it looks like even without a check, yeah, it doesn't look like a living thing's jaws. It looks like the bramble vine in this area, like walling off portions of this cavern, or have like curled in and formed this cavern. So it seems natural, if like fucked up and unnatural, but it looks like a part of the bramble vine.
So it's not like a mimic mouth tube.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I would not burn a bunch of mushrooms and release the spores everywhere, announcing our presence.
Can we just chop it all down?
Okay, wait. Can we just be cautious, and we can investigate which spaces we can walk on, and then we wouldn't draw attention of the mistress.
Do we see the drag marks proceeding into this area?
You saw them lead up right to this part of dead brush on top, like a layer of this dead leaves in the tunnel. So the drag marks did lead directly to this tunnel.
So I think they may have some way of crossing this, as opposed to going one step at a time. But I don't know what that would be.
Well, I could fly over it and get through and carry you guys.
I want to, while they're kind of brainstorming about going up and around, I want to go check out the gold and the black mushrooms.
Okay. Make a herbalism, a nature with proficiency check at advantage for black first, since that was the first one you looked at, then yellow second, since that was.
So I'm adding +4 to these advantage rolls. Black first.
Okay.
16 on the first.
You notice that the black one is called, you're also familiar with this type of fungus, is called crestfall lichen. Very dangerous. Elves, it will detonate spores if even walked upon, and elves often fall victim to this in the forest. It's just another common deadly fungus in the Emerald Forest, because if you walk on it, inhaling it over time, you take additional levels of exhaustion to the point of death. You don't even know you're dying. You just feel like you're getting tireder and tireder until you collapse to death.
Oh God.
The black one is probably one of the most dangerous mushrooms I could have imagined. So it's a good thing we aren't rushing through, because it explodes if you walk on it.
Okay.
And it slowly kills you and you don't realize you're dying. So
noticeably, just mechanically, each time you breathe it or are subjected to it, you take one level of exhaustion.
Gold next.
Gold next. Yep.
Another 16.
A fan favorite of mine. Some people may know what this is. The yellow is Medusoid mycelium. And it is also deadly. This is from Series of Unfortunate Events books, Medusoid mycelium. This is also deadly, and it actually will subject the inhaler to paralysis for indeterminate amount of time.
Chris, I feel like you were just talking to our YouTube audience at the beginning of that. Some of you may know what this is.
No, I think Michael Kennedy, I thought, might immediately know what it is, but Medusoid mycelium specifically from that book series.
I really want to fill my pockets with that one, because it makes the inhaler paralyzed.
Well, let's maybe
possible to harvest, very difficult. You know that.
You can try that on the way out, but
This one.
Can you step between it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I want to check the next step.
So prodding forward, or using Kair to carefully pull off leaves so as not to disturb what's beneath it. You are able to See
Purple. Pink.
a gray capped mushroom type. Roll it with Tobirama's help.
All of these are with advantage with proficiency.
+4.
Okay.
As long as
10.
Toby's helping you, yeah. Past this one, Toby's gonna need to like follow you and be close enough to identify.
Okay.
With a 10, you are not sure what this gray cap mushroom is.
Toby, can't you just not to like Toby, I've seen you help people magically before too. Is that something you could be doing? Not, I mean, this one escapes me, but just, you know, maybe your magic would help me with my memory. This one, it's gray.
Gray.
I'm going to hope it's not toxic, everybody, because the other two are.
I mean, he's immune to poison damage. And I don't know. He can. I think so. I mean, yeah, he can definitely like anything that paralyzes you or me can definitely paralyze the stuff I've built into him. But he can't be poisoned.
I just looked it up. Steel Defender is immune to exhaustion.
Oh, really? Oh, he is.
I was curious about that. I'm like, I think there's a chance he might be immune to exhaustion. I looked it
I
up.
literally read that word and I didn't comprehend what that word meant.
Well, here's the thing.
So, Period, from what you know from that that tiresome mushroom top thing, does that stay in the air for a while, or does that just kind of, you know, activate, launch, and then drift down?
I don't know, but we do have something that can blow away any spores that are released. Because I do think it would be tiresome for me to. I mean, I can investigate again. I think we might be able to hop through.
Sure. Or I fly you over them all.
Yeah, Jiri, it's 6 foot high. You think you could levitate or fly yourself horizontally through that tunnel, but carrying someone else would be a bit cumbersome to avoid rustling any of the leaves. You could possibly pull it off yourself. It might be difficult with someone.
Okay, why don't we just blow the fan and then I just start chopping. And if I get poisoned, you guys will heal me.
Wait,
Because I can move the fan with me as I go.
Makes sense to me. Can we see what's at the other end of this tunnel?
Yeah, just continuation of forest.
I think we would really. I'm nervous to activate these if we can avoid it, but I understand that's time consuming. Can I just? Let me try one more thing. Let me just go a little further, maybe, to see if there's any that are as scary as the black one.
If you feel confident in knowing what that mushroom is that's the thing you're about to step on.
I don't. Do you want? We could send Alfie to harvest the gray space, so I could step there carefully. I don't know.
If you want me to send Alfie, I can send Alfie. I think he'd be good against all this biological stuff anyway.
Okay, I'm going to take a step back. Have him clear the gray space since I don't remember what that one is.
I will kneel down, take Alfie's head in my hands. Just going to push it forward a little bit. All of this stuff, it's not going to hurt you. And I'm going to have Alfie gingerly step onto. Ooh, nope, that's moving both of us.
I'll say we'll let storm on the purple.
Onto the purple one.
Yeah, that one's safe.
He rolls or climbs, whatever he's doing, spidering. Okay.
He's spider walking now. Yeah.
Okay, so he steps into the violet fawn trotter space.
I feel like he's shish kebabbing some of the mushrooms as he's going.
Possibly. No detonation of spores that you're seeing.
And I'm gonna have him move diagonal to this space.
He carefully steps to that space.
Does anything happen?
No discernible effects other than the crunching of dry leaves under his spider-like feet.
God.
But there's no spores in the air.
There are no spores in the air.
All right, call him back. I feel confident standing there if he didn't make any spores come out.
Come on back, Alfie.
I'm gonna blue, purple, then gray.
Okay. Topiran, I'm going to say because Toby Ram is guiding you from behind and enhancing your intellectual prowess, but not right next to you down at the ground level, helping you identify, no advantage, but you will get the D4. Are you identifying the space directly in front of you?
Yeah.
D20.
So this is my D20 plus 4 plus a D4.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So brushing some of the dead leaves aside, you see a cluster of orange flora.
22 plus 3 is 25.
Very clearly, obviously, this is Haymaker's Puff. This is a highly poisonous. Specifically, poison damage would poison you, make your stomach retch, would hinder you in that way. So that is a poisonous cluster.
So we don't like that one. Where's that magic juice? All right, I'll go for that diagonal space to me.
You're investigating it?
Yeah.
Control bolt is in down.
I don't like.
Seems to be a green cluster. Let's see if you know what it is.
Okay. Oh Christ! Here's the end of our luck. 8.
I mean, if you're gonna fail that one,
you've definitely never. This is like a tri-cluster of little tiny spherical bulbs at the top of these mushroom caps. You've never seen this type of fungus before.
Oh, I'm gonna step on it.
You're gonna move forward?
Yeah, on the green.
To the green? Okay.
Yeah.
You step into that space. The floor underneath you kind of sinks a little bit in the wet ground. No detonation of spores.
bastard.
I'm just. I think it's. I think we're identifying a pathway through here that's safe because whoever's back here needs a way to get through. I think we just have to figure out the spaces to avoid. For the reason you said, I don't want to activate all of these fatal poisons. And they go somewhere in front of where we're going to walk.
Toby, I will say, I mean, if we know the way through, having something like that might be helpful if we're, let's say, running away from a troll or running away from whoever the mistress is, if it's not the troll. So as much as I want to make Alfie go in there and just fuck up all these mushrooms because he can't get hurt by them, that could be I'd say that's a plan B. I do agree with your hesitancy on some of that though, because if Telperion falls right now, I can send Alfie to get him. There we go. That's our answer. Alfie can go get whoever is in there.
Well, Toby,
Alfie
just to
will
let
be
you know,
first.
I also vote for chopping them.
Space in front of me, investigate.
All right. You kind of cayer some of the dead leaves, revealing a purple cluster. Go ahead and roll your nature with a D4 to discern what it is.
Nat 20.
This is bruised marasmus, which is a psychedelic mushroom which can make you confused to the point of attacking nearby people.
I really don't want to step on this one, but that continues with the pattern. Diagonal to me.
Yeah, the pattern's gonna be you're gonna roll like shit right now.
I've rolled like shit half the time.
Yeah.
You identify a red cluster.
At 19 plus D3 plus 4.
26.
A familiar sight from your learning and textbook reading and otherwise herbalism training. This is Devil's Tube, named for its aggressive, like thin stalks that kind of are like hooked at the end, but misleading nomenclature for that one. It is harmless.
Okay, I step on that one. Everyone, I know this is scary, but I'm very confident in the strategy here.
Wait, don't. Oh. I was gonna help with that. No, yeah, no, smart.
Crit, just so you know, when I step on the red, I'm on a thing. So if I make a misplacement, it's just because I have a black screen right now.
Oh,
Like
gotcha.
Yeah, so just like if I move my thing to the purple, don't think that I moved to the purple. Okay, space in front of me.
Actually, you know what? My screen just did something weird. Oh, there we go. Okay.
At this point, I know I want to go top left first, actually, because I'm suspecting that's the good one.
Okay. You reveal the top left one, which I will now reveal to you. Are you guessing the color?
Yeah.
So I investigate that white patch.
Okay.
17 plus 4, 19 total.
No, 21.
Are you serious? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, 21.
You see this silver patch of mushroom and almost your love for the color silver, your silver birch elves, like it's such a core part of your family. You guys are taught this from an early age that although beautiful, shimmering bootlace is, yes, absolutely deadly. Causes people to go insane seeing illusions around them.
That's true. I haven't made a puzzle before. I'm only stepping on this one so I can see the color. I still can't see the color. The one in front of me, then.
It is a sky blue. You can roll to see what it is.
I keep holding out my hand for Toby to help me. Oh my god. 13 plus 7. Or I'm sorry, 13 plus 4 is 17.
Good job. Classic harmless bear's parasol.
Beautiful. All right, space in front of me.
Critter is slowly closing 29 tabs of mushrooms on his Chrome. Right now.
I had a dense little population in my notes, so I knew what all these were. Having been caught unawares last time with what type of tree is this? Oh, it's a dark wood. I need to be more prepared. So you look at the next one. You pull up some dried leaves. No fungus there.
Oh, beautiful. And then pulling up the dried leaves, are there anything to the left, front left?
There is not.
Okay, beautiful. So I'll step back on the safe one, which I believe was the
No, left.
straight back.
Yeah.
I'm in I have the black screen right now. Oh, I'll take out my rope, the chopped one, and I'll Kair it so it paints the clean path of mushrooms.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, now the pink line plus your light plus the rope, so now it's super.
Yeah, now the physical rope matches the virtual pink line, and you guys now with having identified a clear way through, no check required. You guys can all proceed through that path.
That puzzle was made for Telperion plus Toby's help, which was crucial.
On this side, can I try and pick up like the drag marks again?
Yes, you may. Go ahead and roll an investigation check. I feel like I just am constantly changing back and forth if I'm requiring investigation or survival, but investigation's great. You rolled high. You do see the drag marks pick back up. a few feet outside the tunnel-like structure you just came through, and they go in further. I'm just going to simplify this a bit. Oh, did that show up for you guys? Okay, good.
Good music.
Go ahead and roll survival. You don't see anything.
I'll just say this. Wherever we're walking, I guess Toby, watching Toby like do some scouting for traps, just stay right on the drag marks. Because unless they're doing something super magically devious, drag marks are just going to be in the ground, not on top of the track.
Smart plan, Robert.
As you guys proceed further toward where the drag marks end, there's a massive tree reaching up in the center of this area.
Oh my god.
Like the familiar foliage and the whole bramblevine structure, this tree is heavily defiled and gouged and rotten and is being choked with bramblevine that's clawing up all the way around it up to the very canopy 200 feet above. That tree trunk reaches out past what you assume is the bramblevine ceiling and out to the larger forest at large. With yes, clicking is correct. Without needing to make a check, you see Sora.
No.
Dangling, bloody and unmoving, affixed to the side of the tree with brambles like latched up and around her body, affixing her to the tree. Statues in the area that are not depicted on the map are littering the area, made of beautiful marble and ivory and simpler stone as well. Suddenly you see a blur of motion to your peripheral, and you look, and all you see is the statue that was there.
Critter, hold on. Critter, pause for a second.
He's in the middle doing something.
I was gonna make, because I don't see Jiri in there. I want to make sure Jiri.
Just, oh yeah, Jiri, are you following also? I assume you're just right back behind him.
I just want to make sure he's.
Yep, good call. As you guys are looking at the statues in the surrounding spaces, you hear very low, soft coughing noises coming from the suspended form of Sora. And when I say suspended, she is affixed to the side of this tree, roughly 15 feet up the tree, like pressed against it by bramble vines. But coughing indicates potential life.
And what about the movement?
You just saw like something caught your eye to the side and you don't see anything but the statues around you.
I'm gonna move back so I have my back to Jiri. I think we should move as a unit.
Christopher, is this Sora right here?
It is.
Okay.
Let's go towards Sora.
The familiar form of your tabaxi guide. Clothesless, nothing but a small loincloth at her waist and just simple bandages at her chest, but she is arms out being pressed to this tree, being choked by bramblevine. Little thorns are poking into her, you can tell.
All right, everyone, should we go towards her?
Critter, can you move all of us at once?
Yep. Sure can. Except I'm going to delete the arrow I drew first so it doesn't try and move with you.
So
how about I rotate you guys and move you. That did a really bad job. I'm gonna unrotate you
No,
guys.
that did great.
I know it rotated nicely, but now you're all like awkwardly slanted. So I'm gonna unmove you, or unrotate you, but you guys are able to slowly proceed in as a group.
Everyone, just keep your eyes out. Something's here.
Moving closely together. I almost imagine Alfie is just in the middle of you guys walking, and you guys are flanking him on all four sides, just weapons at the ready and being on high alert. You continue to move forward, and you guys are all able to move as far up to as the tree, with Sora being suspended up in the air 15 feet high up against the tree.
I certainly can.
I can help you from afar.
Going up to the base of it underneath her, I just want to reach out and touch the vines or thorn things just to make sure it's there.
Guess
You
it's really
touch them.
loss.
It is there. They're like vines made of wood. It's very off-putting, and thorns, thick thorns jutting out of them, but it's real.
I guess stowing my shield and my flail for the moment. Do I see handholds that I could theoretically climb up towards?
Yeah. I mean, not specific handholds, but yes, scalable wall. Yeah, you can start to climb up the brambles.
I'm gonna climb 5. She's 15 feet off the ground ish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna climb like 10 feet so that I'm getting to her feet.
Okay, make an acrobatics check, please. This is similar to, you saw Telperion being cut up a little bit during the Heriton fight when he was scaling the bramble vines. There is an element of danger. Higher than 10 is what you need.
And as soon as I get to foot level, I want to just I'm not grabbing, I'm just gently touching
Her body.
Yeah.
As soon as you touch it, her foot twitches a little bit, and she tries to shake herself away. Who is that? Oh, fools. You should have let me to die.
Sora, be quiet. We're gonna get Sora.
Watch out for the elf. They will be the death of us all. And as her eyes move to a direction, looking off toward behind where Telperion and Jiri are standing, you guys can turn, and there is something standing directly behind Jiri. Yeah, it's it is just you see, as you're looking around, all you see was statues, and now as you're catching a glimpse of this being drifting out of a statue, a translucent and luminously ghostly white spirit drifts out of the tree behind you, or out of the statue behind you. Surprisingly humanoid in appearance, the creature's head is wreathed in a wild tangle of buoyant wisps of silver hair.
Go!
That hang in front of its face, and its body is clad in seemingly intangible white rags that flutter and stream around behind it. Its face, although haunting to look at in this moment, still hints at the beautiful features of a female elf, no longer living in this world, but tethered to it nonetheless. Why do you interrupt? I was playing with my new pet.
God.
Telperion, make a history check in this brief moment of seeing this creature.
Absolutely. I rolled a nat 1. Wait, I could roll with advantage.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, you could.
I mean,
I don't want to burn it on a history. I just wish I knew the name of this person.
You just identify this is clearly some elf, and it is clearly a ghost, some undead remnant. Unfortunately, as she surprises you, she is going to move first in initiative, but I would like us all to go to initiative. Jesus.
Critter, I think we're all still slightly tilted.
Here we are.
Oh, I can.
Oh,
Fix
that's funny.
I can fix my own. I'm good.
Yeah, holy shit.
God.
What's all our initiatives?
Yeah. What's your dex?
Toby, had you rolled yet?
Let's-
You got a 9. Okay.
Roulette's before me.
I go before Telperion.
Okay. As this ghostly white figure drifts out in toward Jiri, she suddenly undergoes a drastic transformation. Her slightly off-putting ethereal beauty immediately warps into a horrifying visage of just blood-chilling hideousness. And its mouth opens horribly wide as it wails.
Jesus.
Good job.
I would like all of you to please make a Constitution saving throw.
You do that at advantage.
Me?
Or, oh, not. Sorry. You have good con.
I need to do that. Did
Wow.
all of you make it? Literally, all of you make it, and therefore only have to take 13 psychic damage each. Nope, that is full. That is the entire damage you will take. Otherwise, you would have dropped unconscious immediately. And Telperion, as this creature wails, you do recognize this is a classical elven banshee, a curse that afflicts elves who strayed from their purpose in life and were cursed by some unknowing entity. Some attribute it to the Seldarin, others don't think so. It's not quite sure who places and deals out these curses, but this is a cursed elf trapped to this space and defiling all around it.
You all take, was it 13 you said? Yeah.
You all take 13 psychic damage immediately, and then it raises 15 feet up into the air, just hovering ghostly above you all. Yes. Yeah. Not technically a surprise, so yes, you do get your reaction.
Your ball's still crooked.
18 hits. Roll damage.
What the fuck?
Statistically
That is so
unlikely.
insane. I literally don't understand it, but 6 slashing. Where's my pen? Got it. As you slice through its form, you feel like familiar to you, like the air elemental. You're carving through something that's not there. You're meeting resistance and dealing pain to it, but it's just strange striking at something that's like somewhat intangible. But that is its turn. Toby. All right, roll to hit.
These always stress me out so bad.
Oh my god.
Thank
Absolutely.
Christ.
Absolutely hits. Of radiant damage. As that bolt of silvery light strikes it, it kind of lingers and almost like indicates more of a form to it than its like wispy, ethereal, airy form. More clearly visible and easy to hit. Granting next attack against it advantage. Is that it for Toby?
He used it on a fire.
It's 10 feet away from me.
I think he said 15.
15 feet in the air, which helps.
Good job, good job.
Stay right there. All right. Roulette.
So it went up to like how high I am.
Yes. Well, you said you climbed up 10 feet and it's 15 feet, like X amount of feet horizontal from you. So yeah, I mean, it's a little higher than your elevation, but yeah. Functionally, you're within range of your weapon.
Okay, I would, yeah, if you want me to, I will definitely climb like 5 feet higher, attempt to climb 5 feet higher.
It's close enough.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna like one hand grip onto the thing and I'm just gonna like take a wide swing out with the flail at the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That with advantage.
Give me something good.
Beautiful.
Wow. Nat
Love to
1
see.
and a nat 19. Yeah, absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Oh, God.
8 magical bludgeoning. Again, it's weird to see your pendulum bob at the end of your flail, like slow down as it carves through its form and then just pass quickly through it.
I am going to, fudge. I can't, I just took, so I picked up my flail, that was my object. I'm gonna drop down.
Okay. You are 10 feet, so I do want to make you make an acrobatics check.
Yeah.
As long as it's above 10, you will not take any fall damage. Yep, you're good.
I'm gonna turn to Toby. Toby, I got a scroll for you that you might be able to use for this. I'll give it to you next 6 seconds that I can. And I will turn to Telperion and say, do some good with this. And I will use my bonus action to cast Arcane Weapon on his longsword, because it lasts for an hour. So I'm going to cast Arcane Weapon on his longsword with fire.
Okay.
Yeah, with fire.
Got it. And that is a bonus action. Yes.
Arcane Weapon is a bonus action.
Okay. Yep, you're good. You are you have fallen 10 feet. You still actually have movement left if you would like.
I am yeah, I'm just gonna, because I feel like she's gonna do something in that range. I'm just gonna move over to here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over there. That's my turn.
All right, Telperion.
So I add a d6
Well,
when I hit fire. What?
with the long sword.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So she's 15 feet up. I wanna, and I'm 10 feet away from her here.
She's 15 feet up and you're 10 feet, so it's like really more like 20 feet.
Can I climb up with my movement?
Yeah. Make an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Oh my god, jump and swing.
Specifically acrobatics, not athletics. You're able to climb with the handholds. It's
I take damage. I got a 7.
Okay. Yep. You take 3 piercing damage, forcing your way up the bramble vine quickly.
So I don't even know how high can I get? 15.
Also, this is half movement, so you can get 15 feet up using all 30 feet of your movement.
I'll just use, if I got up.
If you get up 10, that's using 20 feet of your movement.
Yeah, so let's say I got up 10 and she's still out of range.
But
I'm close.
Out of range of what?
Well, I'm just like trying to get up so I can jump at her.
Climb 10 feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you can make an athletics check to jump toward her.
Yeah,
swing.
because I'm at 10 feet up, and then I could jump towards her with my remaining 10 feet.
And then she's one diagonal.
Yeah.
So
And then so that's what I'll do.
I'll say an athletics check to jump and attack is a lot to do in one action, so I would make the attack with disadvantage.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, but I want to do one thing with my bonus action. With my bonus action, to make this easier, I'm going to try to pull her towards me now that I'm high up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
You wouldn't even.
I think this is going to work well for you. She has no strength. As you pull her like telekinetically, you're not even gripping.
Tugging her.
You're not even gripping anything. Oh, she has literally, her strength is a 1, so she has a -5 modifier. So you just kind of easily pull this like invisible rag creature toward you 5 feet, and actually, that's probably within striking distance for you without having to jump.
Love to
Okay.
fucking hear it. Thank you, Roulette.
Go ahead and
All right, roll into attack. 13 plus 6, 19.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
All right.
Separate out the slashing from the fire for me.
All right. So my D8, which was my slashing damage, was 4 plus 6, so 10 with my sword, but that's magic.
Okay.
So magic 10 slashing, and then
Which similarly just feels odd as you cut through something that's not fully there, but it does. She recoils in pain from it.
nice. And then a nat 6 on the fire damage.
Okay, you definitely see the fire like wrap around her body and then just billow out into the background. You see like little embers on her, but definitely not fully effective.
Okay. That's my turn.
All right. Jiri.
All right. Action. I let the Mad Wolf kind of take over my movements, granting me heightened kind of
It's dark room.
speed, and then with my bonus action, I'm gonna curse the Banshee, and that is it.
Got it. All right. You do both of those things. The Banshee looks at all of you and just out of anger, being hit by magical weapons that she just is pissed about, she like reaches out and her form grows and swells and like tatters of wisps fly in every direction. And she takes on a horrifying visage that I need everyone to please make a wisdom save for me. I would let you, yeah.
Rolled a 2.
Telperion, unless you guys are otherwise immune to the effect, I need to move. Yeah, she's okay. So she's still above Jiri, but I just need to be able to grab her. Everyone but Tobirama, you are considered frightened of her, and therefore have disadvantage on attacks when she's in line of sight, and you cannot move closer to her. The one that is not scared of her, she is putting all of her focus into. She flies around the vicinity toward Tobirama, and she's going to make a attack at you. I don't. 13 to hit. Yeah, it does not hit. So you're able to, maybe your holy force is kind of keeping her at bay, but she's having a hard time with you specifically. You're not frightened of her. And then she is directly in front of your space right now. So she is ground level again. It is your turn, Toby.
You get a chance to be unfrightened at the end of your turn.
I think that's a thing. Yeah, you get to repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. Oh, I should have done something. I'll do it at the end of this initiative count because I missed it. Okay, so you just kind of chant really quickly the incantation of the magic. As you do, all the runes all glow at once, and as the spell scroll disintegrates into magic, it wreathes your hand in this foul black necromantic magic. Okay, roll it.
Fuck yeah.
20 to hit.
Ooh, necromantic.
You reach out, and as your hand goes into her form, the necromantic magic just sputters and dissipates into nothing. She is immune to necrotic. Okay. Roulette.
Oh God. I'm terrified of this thing. What are you doing?
You do not have to flee, but you cannot get closer, and you have disadvantage on attacks.
Oh shit. I can't even move closer with my eyes closed, right? No, that's the whole thing. Never mind.
You're too scared to move closer to it.
Fudge. I am going to. It's bad, but yeah. As an action, I'm going to equip my shield, which was not equipped at this point because I was climbing, and I'm going to turn to Toby. Toby, I got the next one lined up for you, and I'm going to hold out a scroll that we haven't seen in. I'm also too far away. I'm too far away from you right now, so I cannot hand it to you right now, and I can't move closer to you. Could I No, that's closer.
Yeah, I mean so functionally, I just want to check in because action to don your shield, and then it's like essentially a free interaction to be holding out the spell scroll in Toby's direction.
That was my plan. I'm gonna go back really quick.
Okay. You could also toss it to him would be fine.
What was the DC for the frightened thing?
It is a 13.
Okay, Alfie's not frightened. So
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to hand my Alfie, give this to Toby, and I'm going to use my bonus action to have Alfie and the scroll of protection from evil and good to Toby Rama.
Okay, he has that in his hands.
And that is my turn.
All right. I like that you diagonal hand it. You can't move closer, so you hand it to him who hands it to him.
I'm holding my shield up so I don't have to look at her.
Perfect. All right. That's it for roulette. Any movement?
Alfie's gonna come up. No, Alfie's gonna come up here. Where do I want to move Alfie? I'm gonna leave Alfie. I'm gonna move Alfie here. Yeah, sorry.
We're going over a little our 4-hour time. Is that okay for people?
I want to finish this dungeon, so yeah.
All right. Telperion.
Okay, I went up 10 feet. Kari's 5 feet, Sora's 5 feet above me.
5 feet to your right, to this direction. Oh, I'm on GM layer. She's right next to you.
Okay.
And up a little bit. Yeah, if you're up 10 feet, she's to your right and then up a little bit.
I just want to go up a little bit. So I'll use 10 feet of my movement to go 5 feet up. And then I want to try to use my action to cut her loose.
Okay, you can absolutely do that. Make an attack roll.
21.
Definitely hits. Roll advantage, roll damage.
3 plus 6 is 9, and then technically there's fire damage on it.
Yeah, it definitely cleaves through the brambles, keeping her held aloft. Although with limited strength, she just starts to fall down 15 feet or so, and then unless there's anything anyone does, she does impact the ground for 1 point of bludgeoning damage. She looks very low health, but you see her kind of collapse to the ground and roll, and she seems to still have movement to her.
Okay, good. So I won't psionic heal or protect her then. So that was that. That was my action. With my bonus action, I will calm myself, channel some psychic energy to my wounds, and psionic surge. Healing me. 14 health. I rolled a 10. It's pretty cool. Whoa. Heal. So I healed 14, and then I'll use the rest of my movement to. Well, actually, is she still aloft?
No,
she's
she
down.
is directly in front of Toby Rama right now.
I will start. I'll move down. I'll use 10 movement to move down 5 feet. Actually, I'll just move down as far as I can, which is 20 more feet. So I'll go down 10 feet.
Okay. Through your little bit of climbing up and then moving down, I do want you to make one more acrobatics check.
Okay. 16.
Okay. No piercing damage. You are fine.
So now I'm. Okay. That's my turn. 10 feet off.
All right. That's your turn, Jiri.
Jiri's gonna run and jump and hide behind this rock because he is afraid of
That's
ghosts
totally
now.
fair. Are you using your action
Ghosts
to
are
truly
scary.
hide?
Oh.
No, he's just gonna hop down behind it and he's gonna throw a rock behind his head as he's running.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll to see if I got out my fear.
Yes. Roulette and Telperion, go ahead and roll. Roll for fear. 13 is the DC. Roulette, you shake off your fright. Telperion, it's looking like does not if your facial indication is any clue.
It's true. I rolled a 6, but I will use my inspiration to reroll because I'm scared. I rolled a 15.
You are both of you shake off the fear and are now immune to that effect.
Oh, neat.
Jiri, go ahead and roll to hit.
With disadvantage, I'm assuming.
Yes.
I'm throwing it behind my back. Or like
well,
behind my
even if
head.
you're looking straight at her, you'd still have disadvantage being so scared of her.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
That's delicious. Toby Rama, make a dex save. DC is Jiri's DC.
Ooh.
No.
Okay, I'll make it half damage because you do get out of most of the way. So Jiri, go ahead and roll your bludgeoning damage, and Toby Rama will take half.
It was 8.
As he was not the intended target, but Toby, you take 4 bludgeoning damage as one of Jiri's rocks hits you from behind.
And I just crouch down behind this rock and hide from the Banshee.
Perfect. As it comes back to the top of initiative, something I meant to do last turn, but you guys got lucky. The Banshee looks up and says, "My pet, help me! They're trying to take me!" And swooping down from somewhere unsure where in the canopy above, an antlered avian creature surges down.
Fuck.
Right in the middle of all of you guys. Yes, Jiri, you do save, so you push past your fear. Thank you for remembering.
Jiri remembers that his best friend Moby is a ghost, so he's not afraid of him anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And as soon as my page loads here. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. It's all right. Is going to make a gore attack at Roulette and a Talon attack at Telperion. Gore at Roulette first.
Disadvantage on the gore.
Beautiful. Okay, because of Alfie's situational awareness. Alfie gets in the way, preventing it from striking you, and then it will roll for Telperion. 17 is not going to hit him, so it tries to gouge you with its beak, and Alfie is able to kind of shunt it to the side, and then its claws scrape at Telperion's armor limply. Then the Banshee is going to take one more attack at Toby Rama. $15 to hit. Does not. And as soon as she scrapes at your shield, she just immediately frustrated soars back up 20 feet in the air. Okay, roll it. Yeah, absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Yes.
Yeah, you do damage, but yeah, it is not magical. And so as you swing through it, you feel like there's like a little resistance, almost like heavy wind, but you come out the other side and she just like ignores you and continues to sail up. You do deal 1 point of damage, but clearly not an effective weapon for dealing damage.
Oh, the Paragon's back?
But that is her turn. It is now your turn, Toby. It does. It looks a little more animated and healthy.
Is she running away?
Yeah, she's flying up.
You can move through an ally space. I might make situational judgment calls on that each time, but here that's fine. All right, advantage. Oh, yes, 13 just hits. You see it about to leap back up into the air, and as you attack it, you see a spray of feathers. Roulette, was there something you wanted to say, or was that?
No,
like
that was me fist pumping
Okay.
the Gallus
Yeah, okay.
axe.
Perfect. Yeah, you do cleave into it for 1 damage.
Periton or the? I don't know. How high is
all right,
the...
is that it for Toby? The Periton is currently, it used all of its movement to get down to you guys, so it is currently on the ground with you.
How high is the elf spirit?
Banshee is 20 feet up in the air. Over here. All right, Roulette.
I guess first quick thing, and this would be passive. Like, are there like 5 statues, 10, 20?
I would say like 20.
Is
Various
there...
are like marble, some are like oxidized copper, some are like various material, but all beautiful. Like you can tell these were all carefully crafted statues at one time.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Action, I'm just gonna swing up at the Periton with my hammer.
All right, roll it, advantage.
Mind flail. Give me 20. Oh my God.
Unfortunately, it is about to leap out of your, or let's functionally say it just got out of your range by the time it's trying to beat its wings up into the air. Telpier and Jiri's turn will still come around, but you do not hit it. Sadly.
Are you on the ground?
I am 10 feet off the ground, I think.
You purposely climbed down.
Oh, was I on the ground? I didn't. At that point, I wasn't even sure where I was anymore. So I'm on the ground. Yeah.
Okay. I'm staying within attack range of the Periton, but I'm gonna run over to Telperion, do like a slide over to him, and as a bonus action, I'm going to tap his sword to change it from fire to lightning. Telperion, try this, and I'm just gonna tap it with my other fingers, and then run back over to exactly where I am, and that's my turn.
Okay, perfect.
Can I say on her or the Periton?
Either.
All right.
It's electric. It's fine.
Excellent. That's what I always said. If I'm standing here, do I have flanking on it?
Yep, sure do.
So this thing that I consider an affront is getting my attack.
Love it. Roll it.
21.
21 absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Okay. So first is the magical slashing. 10 total magical slashing. Okay. And then the lightning damage is 3.
Okay, definitely electrifies this thing's form, kind of arcs throughout all of its feathers. It shrieks in pain.
Okay. And how's it looking?
It already looks a little rough. Like this thing can do some serious damage and looks aggressive and predatory, but like already you're seeing blood sprayed out on the ground and feathers kind of loosed from the air.
I'm gonna action surge and hit it again.
Okay.
Another 21 to hit.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Oh, max on the slashing. So 8 plus 14 on the slashing.
Okay.
And then the lightning is another 3.
Okay. It is very injured. It looks like you just carved deeply into one of its wings, and it like is trying to beat its wings to try and get up out of you guys' range, but it is not happy.
Okay. Fuck, I should psionic again. I'm gonna pull the ghost back towards me.
Okay.
5 feet.
Nat 20, don't know how, but she saves.
I was literally about to say she has to roll like an 18 or higher.
Yeah.
What did you say, 12?
I'm gonna make room for Jiri. I'm gonna sidestep this way.
Okay.
And then that's the end.
All right, Jiri.
Is he so scared?
No.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna hop over this rock and charge the bird and stab it with my sword.
All right. Roll to attack with advantage.
Hey, and the two-handed is... Oh, no, it's not. It's not.
Dude, that's outrageous.
Unreal.
Ow.
So with a total of 4, 5, 9 slashing damage to the Periton,
Aim.
how do you kill the Periton?
Oh wow, not lame if I kill it then. Jiri does a backflip and like with his sword out and like lands with like the sword like stabbing it through like the back of the head.
Okay, beautiful. It shrieks in pain before just immediately going limp.
Or
Amazing.
front flip.
You now stand like basically on top of it with your blade through its skull, with antlers like surrounding your form, framing you.
That's all I got.
Glorious.
All right. It is Sora's turn. You are all kinder than most Udinil I've met. Let's see if I can be of aid. She like throws her hands to the side and her claws elongate with enormous speed. She climbs up the bramble vine, launches off, raging. I'm going to give her an athletics check. She's automatically going to take some bramble damage,
No.
but she is going to make her athletics check with advantage. But the 22 leaps toward the banshee creature and is going to reckless attack. I would make this a disadvantage per the jumping attack, which she actually has an enhanced jump in this state, but her reckless will cancel that out for a regular claw attack. I didn't roll to wait. I forgot my D&D Beyond needs to refresh because that's not a D6 plus 7 for an attack roll. Here we go. Plus 8 to hit.
Oh,
That hits. And you see like this drift of like orange yellow magic drifting off her claws as she leaps toward this thing, sinks her claws into it, and it's like dangling from it in its air space, like 20 feet up in the air. Her claws digging into this thing magically and hanging from it, dealing 11 damage to it. So now she hangs 20 feet in the air with the Banshee. The Banshee is going to fly up higher and try and attack Sora. Of course, I got to refresh again. With her corrupting touch. Not able to hit Sora, who's like lingering on her form. She's like trying to grasp and throw her away and wastes her action doing so. She does sail another 20 feet up into the air and is now 40 feet up in the air with Sora dangling from her. Okay. Toby, it is your turn. The Banshee looks manic, panicked, and it's like you can see like drifts of wisps coming off her form. She looks like less cohesively together than previously, for sure.
Worth it.
What's told? Oh, told it has probably 30 feet.
Oh, necrotic too.
Oh.
I do want, if you roll this for Guiding Bolt, I want it in roll 20, and I'm going to give you information before you roll it, if you choose that that's what you want to do. Okay, before you cast it, I'm just going to announce it has 12 HP left. Let's see if you hit. Roll and roll 20, please. It did not seem vulnerable to the radiant, but it definitely had an effect.
Thank Christ.
All right, roll your 4d6.
I got it.
Oh!
You see this bolt of energy just like detonate inside it, and you almost see like a spray of like wispy white like tethers that slowly coheres back, and this frail, like barely maintaining itself form of the banshee is still held aloft in the air with radiant silver light making her body more able to be hit and seen. Roulette.
I who's does Sora go before? Oh, God.
Yeah. It's a lot of turns for us to pass, though.
I am going to fudge. Yeah, I'm gonna move underneath it, right there, and I'm gonna have Alfie like also be underneath it because Sora's like directly above, like in between us right now. Alfie, get ready
40
to catch.
feet, 40 feet up in the air.
Is that 4d10 of damage?
It is 46 of damage.
Oh, okay.
46. I am going. Oh, here's what I'm gonna do. Alfie's gonna be directly below them. I'm not gonna move him there for now because I can't see anything. Is this a tree?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like a bunch of trees and shrubbery there, but yeah.
Okay. I would like to move into this spot, and I would like to climb because I probably have at least 10 more feet of climb speed. So I'd like to climb 10 feet up.
Yep. Your climbing is not halved. Perfect.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hold my action to catch Sora as she's falling.
Okay, perfect. Got it. Palperian.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna wander under this whole mess and get right under the spirit, and try to pull her 5 feet down.
Okay. She does move from 40 feet to 35 feet in the air.
Okay, and then
She's trying to soar higher, but like Sora dangling on her and you pulling her down, it's like hard for her to get away.
yeah. I want to
Throw something.
Okay, I'm gonna climb the tree. How much movement did I use to get here?
Yeah, how much movement did
Was
you
I here?
use?
I was here, so I was 1,
2,
3. Use 3.
It's 15.
Yeah, I used 15 feet. Okay.
So you can climb up 5 feet of the tree. You cannot go 10 feet. No.
7.5.
You only have you only have 15 movement left. It would need 20 to get 10
Well,
feet
if I'm
up.
5 feet up, I'm within 30 feet, which is a javelin.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess I'll throw a javelin.
Roll it. With advantage.
Yeah. Okay. I rolled 2 16s, so plus or 24 to hit, 22 to hit.
How do you want to do this? It has literally 1 HP left.
I say, how do you say goodbye in Elvish? I say, actually, I do have the Elvish here. Let me get it. Archie's in my way. I say, Minnow ego, which means be gone, fuck off, and Elvish. And throw the javelin through it.
Yeah, as your javelin just strikes into the chest of this thing, and then like you see it like lose speed and momentum and then just fall to the ground as her form just like with a horrible wail, she just like splinters into multiple scraps of like translucent wisps that all wisp away and dissipate into the air. And Sora plummets. Roulette, go ahead and make an athletics check. I'll say with advantage because of Alfie's help too.
Alfie's on the ground. I don't know.
Yeah, just make an athletics check. We'll see where this goes.
As I see Sora, I will just shout out, Sora, catch! Trying to reach for her. And what am I making? Athletics?
Athletics. Yeah. I had said advantage, but then we said, but Alfie's on the ground, so I kind of wanted you to re-roll it with just straight. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so you reach out to try and catch her, but unfortunately her momentum builds up quicker than you expected. And not only do you not catch her, you do fall 10 feet as well. Okay. Sora ends up taking, I'm going to give her an acrobatics check though.
I'm also preparing to use my reaction to help.
Sure. She rolls that on her reaction, and then Roulette is going to take minimal damage too, falling 10 feet. Roulette, make an acrobatics check for me. Roulette, you take 5 bludgeoning damage falling off, maybe onto your shoulder or some. It's not a very far fall, but you fall unfortunately. Ouch. Sora, falling from a greater height and threatened by greater damage, halves it by landing on all 4 feet, like prone in a quadrupedal stance. But as soon as she impacts the ground, she like gives out.
Can I? Oh, I wanted to do a shield on her as she landed.
You're absolutely allowed to go ahead and roll that.
5 damage prevented. But this, I do want to start flavoring my shield differently. Sure. So for this specifically, I want it to be like a sphere of like brief telekinetic energy flashes around her, and like I want her to like get caught for a slight second as she then like, I don't know how much will be there, but like to take some of that impact.
So just to be clear here, she had 4 HP left. She was about to take 9 damage, which she was able to have with her successful acrobatics check, to 5 damage. You prevented 5. She falls to the ground awkwardly on all 4s, taking no damage.
Yes. Cute.
And you all conclude combat, having destroyed the Banshee and her pet within that seemingly were running this whole thing, that had clearly had some allegiance to her, but
Troll is none the wiser. We're here.
There was commotion here, so you're not really sure if it was woken by all that noise.
Troll would have to walk through that mushroom.
It does not all magically wisp away like some Pixar Kana Bridge of Spirits game.
But it would have to go through the field of poison mushrooms.
But functionally, that brings us out of combat. The boss of the dungeon is killed. We can continue on to survey the area and get out, or we can call it here and pick up with that kind of stuff later. What do you guys want to do? I'm happy to go longer. I'm happy to call it here.
I would love to explore this room. I don't know what
I'm fine with whatever.
Tim, how you feeling?
Yeah, let's just do this room, I think, and then call it quits.
Okay. Okay, so surveying the space. Everyone give me an investigation check.
hovered on a 19, and I rolled to a 3.
19, 16, 15, 7. All right.
Can I flavor my
Telperion-
not good one?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
want to help Sora up and then get her stuff from Roulette and be giving her stuff back.
Sure. So you're just kind of helping her to her feet and tending to her over surveying for valuables. Got it. Toby Rama, the most apparent thing in your vicinity is all these statues are very valuable. They're large and awkward, so I don't know how you intend to like gather them up, but those are valuable materials and eloquent art objects. Go ahead and roll 2d10 for me. There are 9 statues that have not crumbled to pieces. So I kind of misspoke earlier and said 20, but it was always going to be a 2d10 to see how many are like salvageable. But there are 9 nice marble or oxidized copper or ancient stone statues in different carvings and such that are all salvageable and valuable. That's what you find, Toby Rama. Jiri, what do you see? You see another somewhat obvious thing that you guys just weren't in the vicinity, but when you ran to hide behind that stone, you saw that there was another tree stump over in that direction where many dead bodies are surrounding. And there seems to be some kind of a sword embedded in the stump of this massive tree that has seemingly been cut down. It is just like a 20-foot diameter tree trunk cut with a sword jammed into it. Not hidden, not difficult to see, you just saw it walking in that direction.
All right, I'll pull it out.
Okay, so go ahead and if you walk over to that and kind of make your way up onto the tree trunk, go ahead and give me a strength check. With a 10, you give it all you can, but that sword seems to be embedded in this thing. It is too difficult for you to wrench out. Although a little bit of information on it, the blade seems to be like a somewhat translucent green emerald color, and the hilt seems to be made entirely from like a carved jade, like a dark green jade stone material. But you are wrenching on it and unable to pull it up.
Roulette, come here, help me get this out.
Well, and Roulette, before you
closest to me.
Alfie, go
Roulette,
help him.
you're absolutely able to go help him, but things you notice, Roulette, is when the Banshee was killed and detonated into wisps, there was a material that fell to the ground from its body. Then when Jiri calls you over, you notice there's like a groove in this tree at the front that like seems like it's like an archway.
Alfie, go help Jiri get whatever he's needing over there. And I'll send Alfie over to wedge open whatever the sword is in to help. I'm gonna go near whatever fell from the Banshee.
Sure.
And looking at it, what does it look like?
There's a semi-translucent like goo on the ground. When you reach to like, if you reach to touch it, it just seems to like drift off. It seems like viscous, not liquid, but an amorphous solid that's like gooey, but it's not like sticking to your fingers. Additionally, around the base of it, there's like a pinch of this like fine white silvery material. If you wish to harvest those things, you can note that you have a vial of ectoplasm and a pinch of spirit dust. And then Alfie rolling over to help Jiri. Jiri, you can remake a strength check with advantage this time with Alfie's help. Unfortunately, even with Alfie like wedging himself against it and trying to help give it upward force to amplify your own, you guys are not able to pull this sword free from the stump.
All right, we need the big guns. Telperion!
What'd you find?
Oh, you'll like it. It's a cool sword, but not as cool as my sword.
I think we're both.
Hyperion,
I think we're
as
both
you
grateful
go-
here that you have a coolest sword right now.
as you go over, and are you walking up to the sword and trying to pull it? No athletics check required. You draw it seamlessly, just gives from outside the stump. And you notice the emerald translucent blade of this sword and the jade hilt, very clear elven design. Not specifically Mooncrest or Aleolor, seemingly maybe wood elven, kind of some of the inscriptions and the swirls and exaggerated, more aggressive, wild, feral designs and tribal runes definitely indicate this was some ancient wood elf's sword. You can add the blade of lucent jade to your inventory. It should be in D&D Beyond. It's just called Blade of Lucent Jade.
Oh, my
Alfie.
sword left in my heart has been mended somewhat.
It is considered a long sword, you will notice.
What, Jerry?
I was just gonna say, Elfie, we gotta work out more, man. You and I gotta hit the gym.
Alfie's head just retracts.
I do nothing but stare at this sword with
I
such
will-
joy.
I'll help Sora to her feet and I'll pull her over to the tree. Sora, what do you make of this? It looks like I don't know how conscious you were, but this looks like a door or something.
When it was not hiding amidst the statues, it would drift into the midst of that tree. I believe that may have been its abode. I think that is some doorway that has not seen use in centuries, perhaps. It had no use for such thing as doors. It could drift in and out. Do you need a hand?
I'd love a hand if there's some sort of handle on this.
She will take your help and she will try and push on the door. And easily, using her enhanced muscles, she pushes at the front of this bark-like door and it just collapses and gives inward. Inside the diameter of this hollowed out, deadened tree, there's a very small living space. It smells horrible. With rotted wood and some like tattered, rotten scraps of what once were cloth, probably indicating that there was a bed somewhere off in the corner. But inside, you find a jewelry box and a old wardrobe that contains goggles that are clearly feathered and made in the form of a owlbear with like, it looks like arcane crystals in the lenses. And go ahead and roll 2d4 for me.
I mean, love to see it.
There are 7 beautifully ornate fur coats in the wardrobe that have not given way to time. They seem recent, as if someone had crafted these and given them as a gift to the mistress. Various pelts and furs and leathers are on these coats, but there are 7 valuable fur cloaks.
Coats or cloaks?
They're a bit of both.
Okay.
Cloaks.
And that is all you are able to find in there. The jewelry box was kind of sat at the base of the bed. Very clear. Onyx is a very valuable gemstone. Although its black coloration could be like, things like obsidian statues could be made, but to make a statue out of onyx would be dramatically valuable. None of the statues are made from gemstone-like material. They are specifically maybe 3 from marble, 3 from heavily oxidized copper, and 3 from ancient stone, but all equally valuable in different regards. None are made from gemstones. They're all like 6 to 8 feet high statues. They're all very large and heavy, but they're valuable.
Neat.
The jewelry box does chink with like the heft of coins rattling within.
I'm going to place it on the floor in front of me, and I'm just going to make sure. Can I check to see if there's any sort of mechanisms or arcane or otherwise associated with this box?
You make an investigation check for me. Very clearly not trapped, although it is locked. There are this is a finely gilded, ornate iron jewelry box that it's like gilded in golden embroidery. There are so many claw marks on it over the course of the entire thing that almost indicate something was trying to get into it and couldn't.
I'm gonna sit down with it in my lap, and I'm gonna take out my set of lockpicks, which I haven't used in a while, but I know how to use. And I'm gonna try and preserve the integrity of this box by gently picking the lock.
Sure. Are you proficient with lock picking?
I'm proficient with thieves' tools, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Dex check plus proficiency.
That's
basically sleight of hand. Yeah.
Sleight of hand, yeah.
For you, basically sleight of hand. You stick your pick in there, and you're like too nervous to pry too much further without ruining the integrity of the box. You suspect you could do it, but you're just a little hesitant to damage it.
I'm gonna put the box away for later.
I do at this time want to walk in that room, just because I can tell this was obviously an elf spirit, right?
Yes.
And so I'm just kind of curious, looking around, like an elf lived here, and I know that she must have gone astray from something to have made her into this banshee. So I'm kind of I want to read this room and like try to gather some of the details of what even went on here. Was she the wood elf? A wood elf?
Yeah, make a just make an intelligence check when you walk in there.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna take that, I promise.
Critter, quick question. How much would one of those cloaks about be worth?
You would ballpark it at each cloak being 50 gold apiece.
Whoa!
Those are some nice cloaks. 18.
18's really good. It's hard to decipher true history from this space, but against the grooves in the inner, like, you know, the grooves and striations of the wood inside the interior of the tree, you see not just grooves and striations, but like claw marks and like carvings along the entirety of the interior of the diameter of that tree. Some spaces you see like animalistic depictions. Sometimes you see humanoid depictions. None of them are beautiful. They're all very manic and strange. But you see like a horse, and then a horse's head separate, and then a horse with a human's head on it. And then you see like various like foul experimental sketchings carved into the tree. That's about the information you get looking at it for a duration of time.
Okay. Sounds good. Did you find anything interesting?
Locked jewelry box. I can't quite get it open here. I'll take a look at it later. A bunch of very, very expensive looking coats over there. I'm assuming it's that hag was talking about making some sort of clothing offering to her mistress. So I'm assuming these are not of elven make, but were donations from that spindly vine hag that we killed. They look pretty darn expensive.
Did you look for a key?
I did not.
Can I look around if I see a key that matches the jewelry box?
Sure. I will say with your intelligence check and Roulette's previous investigation check, there is no key available.
Okay. Other question unrelated. What did I pull the sword out of?
A tree.
Just it was embedded in the stump of a tree. Like it was a tree equal in size to this one that you guys are currently poking around within, but it had been sheared across. Like it was, who knows what happened to the top of that tree, but it was just a level stump of a massive, massive tree with that blade just embedded in it.
And there was a pile of corpses over there.
Yeah.
I do want to. I'm kind of curious, and I want to see what the corpses are of.
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
14.
One of the bodies is one of the most recently available. Like you can identify this body because it hasn't given way to the passage of time. It's just a half orc ranger. He just seems to be outfitted for traveling survival forest gear. Nothing on him other than the leathers he has died in. No indication of his death either, strangely. But he's clearly identifiable. The other one is a lizard folk who is naked and heavily scarred and seems to have been running in a direction before collapsing. The other remains of 4 or 5 other bodies are so heavily decomposed, they're too difficult to discern what they once were. Very simple leathers and rotted wraps and stuff that don't give any indication.
What are y'all thinking right now?
I'd like to get out of here.
This one would be grateful to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, look at this sword, though.
Yes, Elf, it is beautiful.
I was holding up to the whole group, not just her, but
Yeah, she actually, you see a small smile to her face, even in her very bloodied form.
one last thing, and I want to go look at the Brighton, and I want to know what you think. Like, what is my reaction looking at the Brighton? Because I had kind of this idea that like, as a Mooncrest elf, with like the stag being like my family symbol.
Yeah.
Like I thought that this would kind of be like a perversion to me. I'm curious if that's what comes to mind.
I don't know if you reference this in game or out of game, but I do think your people would consider Peritons like ill omens. Like it's something that could have been beautiful and has just been given way to like a feral, aggressive, angry side of nature that maybe could have been a glowing example of, I mean, an antlered large bird that's beautiful. Your symbol is a winged deer. How similar can that be? But it is unfortunately a bastardization of that type of beauty.
I just want to go over to it and just like put my hand on its head and just like say, like mutter some words in Elvish to myself, kind of praying against it for it and against it at the same time.
Sure.
Wishing it had a happier existence. All right. Shall we head out?
If we can make our way past that troll, I'd be happy to get the hell out of here.
I'm going to speed us through some stuff real quick. You all are able to pass the slumbering troll. You're able to get past the clusters of mushrooms in the same way you were able to. You guys creep through that kind of central area of the bramble vine, past the tree blights that you'd slain and past the giant spiders, and you are able to exit the bramble vine, coming onto wide open, more colorful, less oppressive nature around you. You guys take a little bit for Sora to lick her wounds and maybe help her to her feet and gain confidence back. And then she immediately gets back to business and starts to lead southward a bit for a few more hours. And as you notice though, she is definitely warming up to you guys in a little bit. We'll save any conversation for next time, but steadily the forest starts to grow less densely populated with tree cover and foliage. And eventually, late that night, as you push past a large batch of brush, you see the forest open ahead of you. And as you approach, finally emerging from the southern border of the Emerald, a wild and beautiful landscape of moonlit savanna grassland opens up before you, with hints of desert far to the south and barely perceptible mountains far at the horizon to the east, to your left.
Welcome, Udenil. You have survived long enough to see our lands.
And as you all step into the nation of Chimeris for the first time, you all level up to level 5.
That's so fucking perfect. Dude.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there for the longer session. I didn't mean for it to go long.
So why didn't you want a bow? Because your shield was out? Gotcha. What's your AC with your shield out? Wow, that's good.
He's also clearly been diving into like Gallus
for sure.